Introducing Everest, the world's first customizable and premium mechanical keyboard experience. When designing Everest, we wanted to bring an uncompromised, highly personalized product to the market. We offer you maximum freedom of choice. Let us show you how. Comprised of CNC milled double aluminum faceplates, you'll immediately see and feel the exceptional build quality. Feature-packed, Everest includes a modular media dock and magnetic numpad with programmable color display keys, hot swappable mechanical switches, RGB illumination, and a magnetic palm rest. The media dock with display dial allows you to control your media, adjust and easily switch profiles, check your system info, and more. It will also feature indicator LEDs. No matter if you're a lefty or require the numpad to be on the other side of the keyboard for macro purposes, gamers rejoice. Everest can make it so. Everest isn't just for gamers. It's designed with flexibility and freedom of choice at heart, making it the perfect keyboard for designers, illustrators, editors, and all professional users. Create profiles that remap your keyboard to have your most frequently used commands conveniently bound to keys of your choice. Optimize your workflow every day. Take your performance to the next level. We don't believe in one size fits all. Our highly modular design makes Everest just right for you. With countless personalized numpad, media dock, and palm rest configurations, Everest can be completely custom tailored to fit your needs. Everest supports you on your ascension to peak performance and matches your style.
Hi, I'm Tobias, founder of Mountain. There are a lot of good keyboards on the market, but nothing that truly allows you to completely customize your individual preferences. We've changed that. Using only the finest materials, Mountain's unique design and modularity enables you to create unparalleled level of personalization. We've created a unique product for mechanical keyboard enthusiasts, gamers, streamers, and creative people alike. The Everest keyboard can be what you want, when you need it, through ultimate freedom of choice. You now have the opportunity to be one of the first to get your hands on the most sophisticated feature-packed keyboard ever made. Thank you for supporting us.
Reach your summit with Mountain.
And here we are. Welcome back to Vibrant League, Major League today with the Play Day 3. We're going to see today GTZ Esports versus 5 Stars. The second game is going to be Austrian Force versus Project LFO. And then following with 2 more games, Blue Jays main team against Viperio, Secret Powder with Swald Multigaming. I'm going to be, for the first few minutes, hopefully first few rounds, the only caster. My name is Dianic. Hopefully I'm going to be having a co-caster anytime soon, but I'll say we're gonna go right directly into the map ban to see which map we're gonna see from GTZ Esports against 5 Stars. And as we can see here, Skyscraper, Chalet, Bang, Oregon have been banned. We're following them with Nighthaven, Cafe, Chalet, Border, and Clubhouse, meaning the map we're gonna see today on these 2 teams for the first game today is gonna be Clubhouse. As already said multiple times, also in a few play days before, Clubhouse is a very old map, and as I can hear the map has started, we're going to go directly into it. Clubhouse is a old map, has been in the rotation for quite a long time now, which means we're not going to see any new strats, any crazy strats. The teams know basically what they have to do in order to win, what they are allowed to do, or what they shouldn't be doing if they don't want to lose the round, but also means they're bound to specific strat, they're bound to specific playstyles. You know, there's some more passive playstyles on Clubhouse and more aggressive playstyles. Clubhouse is a run-out map, sometimes is a spawn pick map if your team is highly aggressive, but you can also play it more passive, lean back, let the enemies come to you, because you know their attack strat, you know what they're going to do in order to get the round. They need to open this, this, and this in order to achieve this certain point. But we're going to see now the operators which are being banned. First one is going to be Hibana, second one is going to be Ram, the newest operator, and this season is now out as well. For the 2 defendant, I can definitely say on my behalf, I'm hoping to see a Azami, and I can see a Kite maybe coming in here with the Hibana ban. You want to get those hatches open when the enemies are playing on basement spots, but that's definitely up to the team. And one of the defendant is going to be solo, so that's just going to leave us with 1 more ban. Again, hoping here for Nazami Kite ban. If Kite's not being banned, then defense probably gonna have a upper hand here. Hatch is going to be closed, walls are going to be electrocuted if the defendant chooses to play Kite. They can pick Maverick as a counter pick, but it's going to be Bandit as the last operator of today being banned. But as already mentioned, I would say I'm welcoming my beautiful co-caster, Glitter.
Heyo, what's happening? Sorry for the late start. A little bit of a technical difficulty on my end, but I'm here. Let's get going.
Great. See, welcome, Glitter. Again, bit of a delay, but always happens. You can never predict how traffic is and stuff like that.
Okay. Let's see, getting set up. So we're just going through bans. Let's go. Loading up right now. Okay, GTZ 5 stars. Ooh, both teams I've casted before. This is going to be a fun one.
Swapping max.
Any experience from both teams you can bring here to the table?
I know that GTZ definitely has a little bit of aggression on their side of it, whether it's attack or defense. So I'm really looking forward to that. Great use of intel by both seeds. Great drone economy. So I'm thinking this is one that could potentially go all the way back and forth. And look at that. We're already in the basement setup, and they've got hatches open. So we're going to go for that extension up top already. I love the call. Not your typical scene for getting down into that church arsenal area.
Well, definitely also seeing you maybe missed the bans here quite a bit. As we can see, Hibana ban has been banned from the side from GTZ Esports and Ram and Solis. That's also leading towards a very defender-sided ban here, as Kite's been up. If they chose to play with the hatches closed, they could just electrocute them. But also on the other side, they definitely have an advantage with that. But as we can see from GTZ Esports, as you already mentioned, hatches open. They're going to play extended. They have the intel. They have the Valkyrie third. They have Fenrir, Mute, and Zami. All of them are pretty strong. Meta operator coming in here into the play from GTZ Esports. So it's going to be very hard from the side from 5 stars to get going.
Yeah, it's in a game of intel and inches. It's going to be tough to take the inches here. You said it. That intel of the Valkyrie going to be huge, and coupled with that Fenrir. But I mean, the attacking side of it's got some fun gadgets to try to get. There it is. There's the Fenrir Korea finding the headshot on the Selberg. That's a body bounce tipped in favor of GTZ here. A little bit early on here, and still got a minute and a half left to go. Plenty of time for this attacking defense to kind of regroup themselves back together for the next engagement.
Leaving us in a 5v4 situation of 1 minute 25 roughly on the clock. Definitely giving now GTZ the upper hand here, but 5-stars definitely have something to say. As we can see, they now have top floor control, starting some vertical. Zenf taken out. Rick has now making it back to a 4-4 situation with 1 minute and roughly 10 seconds left. Now also having third control, definitely putting them now in a better spot as they were before, but nonetheless. There's still two C4s into play from Korea and Lucifer. First few smokes coming in, so we can see 5-stars ready running in, trying to do here some kind of execute, but Lucifer finding both with beautiful spray coming in. As we can see, Thomas finds the next one, Zenf, but trade coming in from Meta onto Thomas, leaving him in a 1v3 spot now.
Geez, so it looks like I still don't quite have my delay right, so give me just one more second while you take us out here on this round.
Now with the Ayana still having 2 nades in pocket, he can definitely make a play, but you gotta be careful as there are footsteps. They know where he is, and it is only 20 seconds left on the clock now, which means the time is running, time is ticking. Doesn't seem like that he can win this first team. First few shots coming into his back, and now Dizo finds Metka out of the game. First round going to GTZ-Sports. Very beautiful round. You gotta give it to GTZ-Sports here. Was a bit of chaos. They had the first opening pick coming in, and then beautiful 2 kills from the side from Lucifer as Capital and Fermat were running into side, trying to do some execute, but there was no team coming from the back. There was no one helping them onto that execute, giving Lucifer easy 2 kills, and then Thomas finding the one on the main stairs, giving GTZ even a bigger hands up. Now, with them winning the first round, they're going to move to CCTV and Cash, which has been played quite a lot, but after the rework, a lot of teams do tend to go to Church and Arsenal. To, my apologies, Stage Bar, because it's an easier spot to hold. You not only need to hold top floor. If the enemies take control of the top floor construction, you can still bring it back. You can still play stage side. It's been a rework. I'd love to see bar on stage from the side of GTZ-Sports, or maybe even 5-stars. Because it's been reworked, it's easier to hold than a lot of teams do tend to go now there. As CCTV and Cash with the new operators, been very unreliable, very unavailable, because the wall's going to be open no matter what. It doesn't really matter what you do. You can play the 2 mirror strategy you've seen last time. I've casted and played a 2, I believe. 2 mirrors right next to each other, pop one open and just shoot out of the CCTV breach, giving yourself a little bit of a hands up if you hit your shots, but also can go right back into your face.
I love the setup here as well. We've got of course, the extension into garage where we're holding on to the catwalk. Huge Azami strat. You know, really able to change the landscape around and give themselves some cheeky peeky areas that you maybe necessarily wouldn't look for without the architect being on the board. And then it's like a complete extension onto the other side of the site, as you were talking about, the mirrors. And it's going to be some hatch play here from Mecha. Oh, jeez. Just about
was
no
very
joy on that one.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That was a bit too close on my behalf, but GTZ taking the first few shots, but it's not going to be enough for the first kill. But still 1 minute 50 left on the clock, so they have plenty of time from the side from 5-stars to make an execute, find something here. But they need the play from Rafters out, as we can see. Now, Mira's been injured. First shots coming from below, and Medka can find the wallbang from below, giving themselves a man advantage 4-5. Selbuk with another kill coming in. Korea out of the game now. 3-5 spot now.
Yeah, body bounce tipped in favor of 5-stars here. He's going to find the first kill. Rika's on to Zeffin. now taking us into a 4v3, into a 3v3 as the trade's starting to bring out. Lucifer takes a little bit of damage, and it's going to be the double out onto Breach, now putting us into a 3v1. It's a minute 10 left on the board, all onto the shoulders of the Ayana. Got to be perfect here to know. They got to deal with pixel peaks on the catwalk now. Complete any kills. Pivot also, unfortunately, coming up empty here. 56 seconds left. And no nades to help support from underneath. Oh. Rikers, huge round.
Rikers with a beautiful quad kill, I believe.
Sheesh.
Finding the first two kills on the CCTV window, one on the breach, and then the final kill on Mehta on Swamp, giving himself a quad kill for this round.
Man, all over the board, just being a menace. And you know, on the Fenrir as well, right? We like to call him the chess player. If he can be alive more than say half of the round, able to utilize and effectively change where the heck his drones are being active at, man, can just be huge. And we just saw it come up there on a 4K. Big deal.
Definitely is a big deal. But now we're gonna move to gym and bedroom side, which is going to be the third side for GTZ-Sports. Not with a 2-0 lead, it's not really looking good for 5 stars. Also, what we've seen so far from 5 stars, they're having a hard time right now to adapt to the play from GTZ-Sports, leaving twice Mehta in a 1v3 situation, which is obviously not ideal. You don't want to put twice your players in a 1v3 spot role. Once you win the spot, you got the opening pick, you got the upper hand now with a 3-5. You gotta pull it together to not bring it back down to a 3-3. You gotta give it to GTZ-Sports. They brought it back from a 3-5. They went at disadvantage, but Reika coming in with 2 beautiful kills, making it a 3-3, then with the third kill, and then with the last kill in the round, touching it out. But that was the last 2 rounds, and maybe we're gonna see something different from 5 stars. Maybe the turn's gonna table a bit, you know?
Yeah, maybe just a bit here. Got to switch something up in a best of 1. It's all about the adaptability. You don't get a chance of a second map. It's going to be Korea to find the headshot of Mecha there as body bounce tips in favor of GTZ. Quite early on into the round, and we're going to start to see some of these walls open up. Main breach already good to go. Construction just went now as well. Giving them lots of angles to get into sight, set their crossfires, get themselves ready for the execute.
Making it a 5-4 spot, but Zen, ooh, cheeky kill there on Korea, making it back a 4v4. No longer in a man disadvantage for the side 5 stars. They still have plenty of time. Walls are being already opened, so they're looking really good right now, as they could potentially secure this round. First few drones coming in, as we can see, Reika's here alone on cash, trying to hold it down for his team to not give 5 stars any more space, any more room to play with. But the question is really that what 5 stars is about? Do they really want that spot, or are they just trying to protect CCTV so nobody can run out? Thomas finding rush out, making it a 3-4 now. As we can see, first few attempts to go into gym. Lucifer finding Selbek now in a 2-4. Not looking really good right now, but Refrag coming in 3-2 now. But still for GTZ-Sports with man advantage.
Yep, and just like that, bada bing, bada boom, and they are out. That's 3 in a row on the side of the defense, on the side of GTZ. So here's kind of what we're seeing, right? Not quite winning out the ones. And when it comes to that, switch it up a little bit. Let's get a little bit of intel. Let's really get some intel ops on the board. Let's get the we have Dokkaebi. Yeah, let's get the Dokkaebi. Let's get the Lion. Let's get the Jackal. Let's suss out where the heck this roam is taking place, and then let's get the pinch. Let's take these 2v1s instead of 1v1s and start to get that body bounce tipping in 5 stars' favor.
Definitely, but that is now round 4, which means we're going to see basement spot again, Church Arsenal from GTZ-Sports. 5 stars definitely now knows what is going to be their strat. We've already seen it. They're going to play more Chrome Heavy, going to play with open hatches, as you already mentioned. GTZ-Sports is a more aggressive team. This is definitely what we can see, especially from their playstyle. They're forward, they want to be out there, they want to be really out front with the enemies, not going to give them any room. They're winning the ones, you gotta give it to them. They're actually performing super well on their behalf. But 5 stars right now not looking really good. They bought it okay, but bringing it back now to an IQ,
Attackers
Buck,
must
Ayana,
locate and defuse a bomb.
Thermite, and Ying looking more of a rush than actually a setup strat.
Oh, I love the Ying being brought on the board. Let's change it up, and that's a good way to do it. Hard to shoot if you can't see. A couple of standards on the board. You talked about IQ, going to be really huge for sussing out where the heck these Cade Claws are exactly situated. Where the heck are these Fenrir gadgets active and non? And of course, we've got the Buck doing what only Buck can do, and going to be trying to open up some of that vertical into hallway and into kitchen. But unfortunately, because of such a heavy roam game on the side of the defense and the aggressive take, we're going to have to clear all the way top down. Make sure that we're not going to get caught up on the flank. I say we're like I'm playing.
No, you're playing. You're right into the gameplay with them. You know, I can feel the energy from your side coming there that way. Maybe you want to tell us the strats? Is there anything spicy we can expect here in the next few rounds?
Well, here's the deal. No.
Okay.
Just kidding. No, we're not giving anything away. They've got this. 5 Stars is an incredible team, right? We've seen them play a ton of times. They wouldn't be at this level if they didn't have everything going for them. Here's the deal, though. In a best of 1, you have to have that adaptability. You got to take potentially your timeouts. We need to slow down the momentum and not let the defense set the pace of this game. I think this is a good lineup for that. The Ying, the Buck, and of course the IQ. I think that'll really go in their direction for that. As casters, of course, we want to see it go all the way. We want to see the whole hog here.
Definitely. No, I agree with you. But you already talked about the Buck, and I gotta talk about them as well, because GTZ-Sports, they do have 3 C4s. And that is pretty much a death sentence for Buck if he steps just a tiny little bit too much. Zelba taking a bit of damage here, but it's not going to be enough for a kill. But as we can see, time is ticking slowly but steady. We're going down to the 50 seconds left on the clock. First view hatch is going to be open now, but the kite is still a small problem. First view from a jet being Kaid clawed. Beautiful way down there from the side from GTZ.
Huge plays there. You said it. 36 seconds left on the board. Hold on to your hats, folks, because this is about to get spicy. Gonna be a 5-stack execute coming out. C4 out. Doesn't find any joy on the table. We're still sitting 5-piece. Got a little bit of intel on that main stair. Waiting for it to push in. There's gonna be the first kill. Miles finds the body of Selberg. Rush gonna trade that back onto Corey as we now into a 4v4, into a 4v3. As now the defense start to fall apart a little bit here. 3v3 as the numbers get evened up. He's finding the body shot. Mention to find the head. The trade's ringing out. 7 seconds left on the board, and it is all now up to the Mira, who's holding down in the basement, going about to take the swing. Plant goes down, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the headshot. Zephin cleaning up quite nicely on the cross.
Well, you said it, where you're gonna shoot if you can't see, and that was definitely the play here with the Ying coming in, flashing everyone, unable to see, unable to shoot. Definitely giving you the advantage as GTZ-Sports. They did win their rounds quite often. They did hit their shots. They are mechanically really good. And then taking away that vision was definitely the play here. With a little bit of a chaos coming in with the trades one by one after one. And then taking the vision, that was quite crucial for their side.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Huge. And with that, let's look at it. 5 Stars getting their first win on the board in this best of 1. Crucial here, right? Because if we talk standard splits here, we look to G to Z, probably to find themselves in that 4-2 split range on a standard area. 5 Stars can secure one more, but they're pretty good going into their defensive half.
Exactly, but I think the teams need to show. Maybe you're like in between the teams and you're trying to help both of them out here. I don't know if you're really in the game or not. But if you are, then do not spoil us what's gonna happen, because I want to see what the teams can perform.
No, I don't. I'm not in the game.
Secretly pulling out a list. Okay, in this round, this gonna happen.
I'm a psychic. It's the caster curse. We can't help it. Defense really locking on to the same sort of players here. We do see Korea onto that Legion. Recent rework. You a big fan of the rework done the Legion gadgets?
Located a bomb.
Well, I still have my doubts, I want to be honest. I used to play quite a lot of Legion. I don't like really when my operators being reworked, same as Valkyrie way back then when you couldn't really throw cam outs. Don't really like the reworks coming out of my favorite operator. But maybe it's time, you know, maybe it just needs time for me to adapt to the play. But first kill coming in, then finding Thomas out, which means no more Zami, no more Kiba barriers for GTZ-Sports this round.
Yep, that's a huge pick. She does have to stay alive to be able to utilize all of them, and unfortunately, with 2 minutes still on board, there's going to be quite a few left off. Unfortunately, it's going to be Selberg taking some work here on the highway. They've got the intel. They know he's there. Legion holding on to that hot tub area with that pretty vital mirror strat. I love when the mirror's on the board. Let's use her. She's my permaban for sure. It's going to be Thatcher taking the next kills. Rikus finds himself another one, evening up that body balance here. Reduce it. Minute and 35. Round number 5.
Not only round number 5, but another kill happening from Selberg onto Rikas, one of the top players from GTD, which is now out of the game, same as his compadre Thomas. Both on 6 kills, another one falling. Korea out now as well, leaving us in a 3-4 stand. Looks like this is nearly unthrowable from the side from 5 stars. The C4 coming in, finding Zenf, making it back to a 2-3 spot. But nonetheless, the time is ticking with only 1 minute left. The attackers, yes, they still have a lot of time. Woo! Nice shot coming there from Mecca in a 1v3 spot. Lucifer, can he make this first team, make this a 4-1? Or is this gonna go to 5 stack? First few shots coming in, but he can't find anyone. Selberg pushing into Cash. First few shots falling, but Selberg finds the final kill of the round, making it a 3-2, another round for 5 stars.
Yeah. Huge round. There was that one little change, little bit of momentum into their favor, and then you start feeling yourself a little bit. You get 1 or 2 under your belt, and then things start rolling your way. Man, I don't know. Be surprised if we didn't see a 3-3 on the half here.
You know, maybe... See, maybe you have like that list, you know, talking back to the list. You knew this was happening. That's why you delayed your entry to the stream. Yeah, everything is on purpose.
The world is in front of me.
I know everything. But back to the game, as we can see, GTZ-Sports back into Basement Sport Church. Arsenal bring the same lineup, but the first one they have brought not Kaid this time. They're not gonna Kaid trick the walls. They're gonna do for more roaming search, which they have done in the first round with Valkyrie into play, getting the intel with Azami covering up the holes with Fenrir, just being Fenrir and being a pain in the ass. Legion and Mute, always a good operator, always operator. You know the enemy's gonna bring Mute, and you know you're gonna have to deal with him, but you don't want to deal with him. That's
never, almost never, yeah. We've got so many awesome drones. Drones are such a huge part of the game now, and with a few more operators starting to get some into their arsenal, I mean, Mute's going to become just absolutely essential. He's played already every round just about, as you said. Anyways, it's going to be huge. Not fortified up on the dirt here, so they're going to be able to get in, take a look for free.
But I'm quite afraid here because, as we can see, we have aligned B, Ash, Ayana, and Capital, all leaning towards a more quicker strat. Push in, be there, surprise the enemies. They're gonna be roaming, so we want to be fast. And this is what's happening, as we can see Selberg already being in generate. The first few shots coming in, he can't find anyone yet, but Lucifer is now occupied onto Selberg. He can find the first for shotgun. Can he find the trade? Yes, he can. Zenf with the trade on Lucifer, making it a 4-4. Now being and having the side control. Rush finds Thomas. Kappa finds Corelli, making it a 2-4 stand. Diesel finds Kappa. Still being on side. Can he hold this side down until it comes back? No, he can't. In a 1v2 spot now, Break has the man himself already clutched once a round. Can he clutch it another time? Can he find Russian Mecha here before they plant? It's only 1 minute 30 and the plant is going down. Woo! Can definitely find the first. And now in a 1v1 stand, plant is not down. Can he do this first team? 4-2 stand for GTZ-Sports, or 3-3 split for 5 stars. As we can see, no more drones from the side from Rush, but also both of them are hit. Only few shots need to land in order for this to go both ways. But the one thing that Rikas has is the time, and the time is on his side. Time is ticking slowly but steady with 1 minute. It's not long anymore, but Rush decides to do what he can do best. rush the enemy and kill him.
Just click heads, as they say. Yeah, you nailed it. Boy, that is just an extremely high IQ play there, right? Throwing the Fenrir, keeping one in the pocket for the late round, gets it above the head of the person sitting behind rack there, and still even able to activate it, get over there and get the kill, put yourself in that equalized body count in the 1v1. Unfortunately, he did lose his life there because off the back of such a wonderful play, I thought it was going to be a clutch up. But I guess I can see the future because it's a 3-3 here on the split. Like, let's go. We're going to see the role swap here. See what the other teams bring to the table.
I'm baffled. That was quite a surprising round, honestly. We saw the operator. It was predicted that 5 was going to go for a quick round. First 2 rounds before the F1, it was a quicker round. They needed this round to go for their side. They need to be quick in order for GTZ-Sports to kind of crumble apart. GTZ-Sports is quite aggressive, as you already mentioned quite early in the beginning. But it looks like they found the kryptonite, and it's going to be aggression. So I'm going to ask you now, seeing the 3-3 split, which team do you believe is going to be first on match point? Not which going to win, but which going to be first on match point?
First to match point. Well, I think it's going to rely on a couple of things. Is 5 Stars going to be able to carry that same aggression that they were holding on the attacking side of it here in the late rounds? Or is this going to be a clinical setup here from the attacking team? Whoever takes this round, or whoever takes the next 2 rounds, for sure, I think is going to be out and putting themselves on match point.
Sam, that was very analytical. I gotta give it to you. You're speaking true words here, and I'm afraid that you might do have the plan to this game. Maybe you do see in the future, and you all predicted this. You just had, small writing mistake in the notes you made earlier.
It came to me in a dream. Oh man, already a minute off the board. Defense doing a great job of setting the pace here. They are pretty heavy on the intels. We see both the Valkyrie and the mobile intel of the Mozzie on the board. We're going to see a little bit of projectile deny. Going to opt for the Wamai instead of the Jaeger. Help hold down that catwalk area. But interesting call. We don't see... Oh, he's K-tricking the garage wall. Let's go. Oh, I love that.
Well, he doesn't want anyone to go below him to do some suspicious play into lower garage. As we can see, 5 Star still has the lower part of the map ground floor for themselves. Selbig is here in bar, ready to take out some ace charges or anything that goes through the construction wall. But Gomez finding Cap with a beautiful nade coming from below. Second nade come as well, but not finding anyone, putting themselves in a man advantage now. But time is ticking. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. It's not the world anymore. They still gotta do the execute. They still gotta do some breaching parts, some setting up, and then do the execute. Time is 6. We can see top reds now being opened as well. Rush taking some damage. Selbig trying to find the kill, but can't find him. Korea taking some damage. But nothing's really happening. Not a single kill is falling because everyone's playing this super safe right now as they need this round for themselves.
Yeah, indeed. Bits and pieces coming off. It's going to be another kill onto the defense as it is quickly falling apart from them. All now onto the shoulders of Mecha and Rush as the plant's going down. Ace going to take it to 50, to 75. He's going to go ahead and stick this plant here, even with the smoke canisters out. And that's going to put us into a post-plant scenario. As Velocity says, attackers become defenders. Defenders become attackers. And now we're in a retake scenario that's going to be a tough call. Not unwinnable here for the defense, but you definitely got to find 1 or 2 kills pretty immediately, as you still have to have 7 seconds on the board to get that started. There's one. That's a great start, taking us into a 4v2, but Kate is going to go down now. It is all on the shoulders of Mecha. He's got 10 seconds to find him. Oh, sees the gun, sees the swing, not able to pull anything off, and I think we're in a too little too late situation as GTZ going to take their first round on the back end of the half.
Well, the one thing they can do is definitely defend their spot. They once won CCTV, now they've won CCTV again as attackers, but then becoming defenders, as you already mentioned. The post-plan situation, now you have to defend as an attacker and not attack anymore, giving them now the lead again in the rounds, which is going to be quite surprising. You mentioned the first team who finds the next 2 rounds is going to be the first one on match point, and GTZ-Sports definitely having now the upper hand with winning this round, putting themselves in a 4-round win. But we're gonna see now from 5 stars basement spot. Now we can do some comparison here because GTZ Esports twice did a roaming strat. Once they succeeded, then they decided to anchor on site. Didn't really work out for them. Then they decided to roam again. It kind of did work out, but 5 stars had something else in mind and they wanted to rush. Rushing this side, then being in a 1v1, then unfortunately losing the 1v1 against Rush because he did that what he can do best, rush the enemies and kill them. How is 5 stars gonna handle this? Are they gonna do also roaming strat? Are they gonna do a more backlink anchor strat? As we can see, they have Smoke, they have Warden, they have Azami, they have Kite. All of these operators are leaning towards say, hey, we're gonna wait for the enemies, we're gonna wait for them to come on site. We have the hatches closed, we'll just KE trick, we'll lean back, we're gonna anchor, it's gonna be the turtle gameplay now. But it's gonna work out.
Yeah, it seems like a kind of a fun battle between contemporary and traditional Siege here, right? As the meta has switched in front of our eyes to this TDM massacre that has been happening recently, it's fun to see teams kind of rely back onto that objective and gadget-based play. And I think in the TDM meta, if you're able to successfully execute it one time, it'll really play in your favor because it's really going to get into the heads, right? It's going to start affecting that mentality that we just can't even get into sight. I think this is a great strat for them. Selberg on the Azami, the Architect, is able to change up that landscape, really bunker down, especially if she's able to stay around for another 30, 40 seconds. Goyo as well. You talked about it. Goyo and Smoke, both great operators to deny the plan and really slow down that attacking team. That's what we talked about. Got to set the pace here.
But as we can see from GTZ Esports, they've brought the one and only Ying, which will take away your vision and you're not going to be able to shoot. Yes, you're going to anchor. Yes, you're going to be on site, but you can't do anything against a Ying. They don't have a Jäger. They don't have Womai. Yes, they have a Warden, which could be the potential counter pick, but if only Warden is in the same room. If Warden is now an Arsenal, they execute on Church. All the Incandelas coming in, all team is going to be flashed. It's not really helping your team. Warden is going to have to play a very powerful position, and I'm hoping to see Warden in a blue spot, a generator spot, where he has access to both sides. But it comes down, how do we position our players? We need to take the best out of it. Seeing Smoke, beautifully placed on Church, close, next to the wall, next to the doorway, can play with shotgun. Seeing the other operators who are more long-ranged in Arsenal, back of Arsenal Blue, is really showing they know how to position themselves, they know how to place the weapons to the players, but no! Thomas finding a cheaty kill on Selberg here, putting himself in a man advantage. First few Smoke coming out, Mecha finding Thomas back for full spot, but 30 seconds left on the clock, and they need to do it now or never.
Yep, that's the truth. It's going to be Ace the next to fall as the sniper shot. He rings out, claims his life. Candela's starting to do what Candelas do. L85 finds the head of Mecha. Now he's put himself in a 3v2 into a 2v2. Right again, going crazy. But he is going to all be down to Rush now as we find ourselves into a 2v1. It is a post plant. He's got a little bit of an idea of where it's at, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Corey, you're going to find the headshot. Boy, you really called it. Time waits for no man, and that was especially the case here, but they were still able to get themselves and execute here in the late round. And you know what? I mean, that was just really conventional Siege play. We got the holes open, we've got the crosses set up, we won our ones, got ourselves into a man advantage in the late round, got the plan off and able to hold the cross. That was an easy peasy for GTZ.
But my main question is, where was Kappa?
Attackers need to locate.
We were missing Kappa, the one and only, the one man who could have stopped Rikers from just dropping hatch, going in and making the kills because everyone was flashed. Where was Kappa? He wasn't Church, wasn't Blue, leaving us with Arsenal. I said earlier you want to put the Warden there where you're gonna do the push, where you expect the enemies to do the push. Seeing that GTZ Esports, they did really rely on Church, they did really open the hatch, then free even more utility towards Church. All questions coming out, why did not Kappa was in blue? Kappa should have been potentially in blue, maybe could have turned everything around, or maybe he would have also fallen to Rakers. I mean, right now, if you look at the stats, we gotta give it to the man. 11-5 currently top frag of the entire game, because following up in his team is going to be Thomas with 9-5. Two really heavy fraggers from now from the side from GTZ-Sports. If we look at 5 stars, we have Zenf 8-7, and then we have Meta with 7-7. Definitely also good kills coming in, but the gaps are bigger, and I mean, the rounds do show. You did say the first team who gets the next 2 rounds is going to be on match point, and it's really, really looking well for GTZ Sports because 5 stars did went downstairs again. They're going to do the anchor strat again, as we can see. Only a slight change up in strat, and they decided to go with a Fenrir instead of a Goyo this time.
Yeah, I think you were absolutely right. You called out Warden need to be in a position of power to take on that gunfight when Ying or any of those flashes of smoke is going to be coming down. And where he was sitting and where he's sitting now is still not necessarily in that same spot. We need to see Warden get a little bit more active and maybe opt for the C4s instead of the deployable. I know we used the deployable to help with smoke since he lost his beautiful cage. Let's go. But I don't know that they're necessary, right? Warden taking a little bit of gunfire here now as he does get droned out, him and Smoke, actually. And that is some K-Trick and doing some excellent work there. I think they do find that claw, however. This takes us to 1.5 minutes, and we're still 5 stacked apiece.
But with Zenf doing the K-Trick now, Thomas knew he was in the corner. Unfortunately, didn't have the time to react it, to maybe take out the first player from 5 stars. Nonetheless, 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Hatch could not be opened because of a beautiful K-Trick coming in from Zenf, definitely putting themselves now in a upper hand situation. But it's again, they have no more Ying, so Warden is no need this round in order to be in a power position, leaving Selberg definitely now as the architect on a Nazami. He could now play this potential power position as the push is not identified yet. Yes, Kitchen Edge is open, all leaning that this could be a potential Arsenal drop, could be Kitchen drop, then rush into side procedure with Dirt. As we can see, GTZ Sport is beautifully adapting to the fact that they couldn't open Church, so they're gonna have to do a Dirt push and drop from the Kitchen Hedge. And it comes down to GTZ Sports if they can handle this. Warden now being in a position where he should potentially not be. This should be a power position for Zami. First shots coming in to Rikers. As we can see, we can find the first, but Thomas got for the has Lucifer finding Kapok. And it just everything went down in a 2v1 situation. Is it Selber? Can he find the kill on the planter? No, he can't, because GTZ Sports just rushed and adapted beautifully to the strat of 5 stars, giving them now the match point.
Yeah, I think you said it beautifully. It was the adaptation on GTZ. They had a strat. They called it out, something they've done 100 times. It failed on the Moto Hatch. That was just some beautiful K-tricking by the defense there. But here's where it got interesting. On a quick attack, the IGL, whoever it is for GTZ, made the call to push in from 2 separate locations, pinch at the same time. And even though Warden was in a spot where he did get a great kill, it was unfortunately going to be too little too late, because the push was happening and he was now stuck in the corner. I'd say I'd call it a masterclass here on the late round push by G2Z, and you said it, they're on match point. It's a do or die situation, a clutch or kick for 5 stars.
Exactly, but if we break down what just happened there in that round, GTG couldn't open the church hatch, so they had to go for a kitchen drop, dirt push, or main push with blue. All things they could have done, but they decided to go for a dirt, main, and kitchen drop, which is the most effective way. If you have the kitchen open, you're gonna go for that arsenal. You need the people in AK spot or deep arsenal gone. Preferred also dummies. While pushing into dirt, yes, he did find one, but there were 2 people. You always want to push dirt with 2 people, because the first one's most likely going to die with the gunfire, then going to be the refrag potential, which did happen. And then we can just push into side with them dropping the hatch. Beautifully played there from that side, and then pushing down main steps, creating that long way angle, cutting off that rotation, not giving 5 stars a way to retreat back to side. A lot of back and forth, a lot of trades coming in. But you gotta give it to GT Sports. They adapted beautifully, and they well-deserved won that round. But we can see first few impacts coming in. Can he get that wall? No, he can't, which means Jacuzzi is now open and free available for everyone.
Yeah, and that's with a minute or 2 minutes still on the board. It's a great pickup here, as now they're going to start opening up some of those crosses into sight. I love the use of the double hard breach here, right? Get that split push going. And as I said, there's Thermite getting the wall open and ready for that CCTV push as well. You can see most of it is sitting over here on the west side, trying to take advantage of the angles they already got. And as we say it, there goes Mecha taking off the board. Huge pick as he is sitting in that 7 and 9 KD roll. Oh, right, guys. The strafe fire claiming the dome piece of Cade there, now giving body balance huge over to GTZ, but it is going to get a little bit closer here as we put ourselves into a 4v3. Still Wamai holding on the top of red, still underneath with the Valkyrie, ready for the C4 should it prove to be necessary. 4-2 now. A little bit of deception here. Tomas coming down to take that gunfight and handles it onto the... Oh. No, it's going to be Rush taking the headshot. Yeah, Tomas does take Kepit down, now putting us into a 3v1, and the plant is going down. It is all now on the shoulders of a Rush, of the Wamai, and he has got the angles. It's going to be a tough climb back here on match point. 3v1, he's got to be absolutely perfect here to get himself plenty of time here to find the kill, but unfortunately it's going to be too little too late as Korea finds the L85 to take Rush off the board. That's a GTZ victory. And it was fairly standard, I'd say.
Well, that was quick. You predicted it. The first team who wins the next 2 rounds, putting themselves on 5-round win, is going to be the first one on match point. But we definitely did not see this coming. That, with having the match point, they will just close up the round. If we look at the stats at the end of the round, we had Zen from the side from 5 stars with 8 kills. From the side from GTZ-Sports, we had Rikers with 13 kills at the end of the round, double digits going in. And honestly, he did some work. He was in a clutch situation twice this game. And once he proved it, once he couldn't really prove it, unfortunately. Nonetheless, GTZ-Sports played this very smoothly, adapting each round to the enemies on the defense side, being very aggressive, pushing, but also changing the strat on the attack, seeing we can't do this, we're not going anywhere further here, we need to change this, and it did work. Well deserved there from their side.
Absolutely, completely agree with you. I think you nailed it with the word of the day there. GTZ proving that they're adaptable in a best of one and really able to overcome the strats being utilized against them. And with that, they take this best of one, and it was fun. Jumped right into it, and it was a blast the whole way through.
I can only agree with you having, the paper open. It's where you can read everything. Just make a lot of jokes here. But we're going to head into a little break with hopefully the second game going to be Austrian Force against Project LFO. So see you guys soon after a small break. Here we are. Welcome back after a short break. We're here with the second game of the day. It's going to be Austrian Falls against Project LFO. Both teams already seen already in play day 3 of this minor league from Vibrant League. Next to me is still my beautiful co-caster, Whiskey Glitter. Hello.
Heyo, let's go. And it's Nighthaven. Man, I'm excited to see some Nighthaven play. I've got my ranked notebook out. I'm ready to learn how the strats go.
Ready to write something down for my
Yep,
game.
absolutely. So we can call it on the next one. Pretty fun site. I'm glad that it's entered the comp league. Although RIP Villa, RIP theme park, of course.
I'm
gonna miss those maps. That's gonna be crazy. But let's talk about a couple of crucial sites here that we've seen, at least on the pro league side of it. Right? You have the top floor. Which I believe is called Command and Servers, and then the secondary side being the basement, tank, and assembly area, and then you've got your 2 tertials, and that's kind of where the hot topic is. That's kind of where the hot button is. Do you play the first floor kitchen and cafeteria with extensions into vending, or do you go for that floor control and storage and get more of that vertical hold? And that's kind of the difference that we're being seen on the defensive side of it. I think some pretty standard bans going to be probably coming out here, right? Maybe seeing the Ying off the board, potentially that Dokaibi, because it's so vital to suss out where the roam game is, especially in a map that's so big, that's just like this, right? Maybe we see some Cav play even. I mean, I don't know. And on the big maps, I'm always here for that.
Well, it's 2 strong teams. Last time we've seen Project LFO, they had kind of a rather interesting gameplay going on with every single one of them picking shotguns. And we've also seen Yuki clutching a 1v4 spot with a shotgun SMG-12 with Echo. So maybe they're going to fulfill their dreams. Maybe this is going to be the map where they're going to do the shotgun strats again. Or maybe we're going to see some more, let's say, meta gameplay. Not everyone's going to pick shotgun. Maybe we're going to see some Azami, Solis, so on, so on. As you already said, the band's probably going to be super standard, so I can only assume we're going to see Meta Operator being banned. So as, for example, Flores, where was I? Flores, also, you have the Ace as a hard breach, who's always good to ban. On the defender side, you have the Azami, you have the Solis, you have Valkyrie, you have Fenrir, you have... I could just go on, but I think all of us know the Meta Operator, and I'm hoping to see 4 of them being banned. And maybe we're going to see some old Siege and not... I like to call... Yeah, you know what I like to call it? I like to call the German highway gameplay. Just run in, just go in.
Run in. The German highway. I'm writing it down. Forever it will be known as.
I had teams, like calling them German highway teams, because they'll just go in. They don't care who you are, what you're doing, what your strat is. You'll see them pick a blitz each round, and they'll just be on site with 10 seconds of the round. And I was always surprised to see that. But first 2 bans coming in, we can see Ram and also being banned. 2 Meta Operator out of the way.
You did call that OSA ban standard for any sort of push-in where there's a bout involved from the outside. Ram, unfortunate to see her go because, of course, man, this is a place that's got a ton of soft breach, right? Lots of potential to get that verticality opened up. So it's a little sad to see the new op go. Another call, though. Who's reading the script now? As you said, it's Solis off the board. And she is so huge for a map like this because her gadget, OP as it is, can see across the map. It's claymores. It's where the plant's going down. It's somebody's on their phone. Boy, did you just go like 3 for 3 here? Osa, Solis, and Fenrir all off the board. I mean, you did say some of them would be standard, but I'd say that's a pretty good call there.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad to see at least 3 of the Meta Operator being out. I'm still afraid because Azami is in. Warden with the 1.5 is also in. And as we can see, both of them already being picked. Valkyrie's not going to be picked right now. Probably they don't need any more information. As we know, Nighthaven is very... There's cameras in every single corner of a room. And let's be honest, I myself don't even know every camera.
Oh, same. Yeah, I still find myself getting getting pinged by the cams, not knowing where the heck it's at. You add a Valkyrie to the equation, and it's just overkill, absolutely. But on the defensive side of it, let's see. We're going to head up top, primary site, to get started here, and we're going to see some fun operators, right? We're getting the mirror being utilized. If she's not banned, she's most likely going to be played, of course. You talked about the mute in the map before. He's such an essential op for that intel deny, for that breach deny to help support the activity inside of site. So huge play. The architect being brought onto the board is going to be holding that kind of catwalk area, similar to something you'd see like on Clubhouse. And then Smoke doing what Smoke does, Warden doing what Warden does, and utilizing their gadgets for some of that post-plant, pre-plant, pre-execution area.
See, I love how Warden just became one of these operators. You're not even gonna explain it. You just, like, it's normal to see him in a round. Like, Smoke is, like, if you have 4 operators, you don't know how to pick as a 5th. Smoke is always operator, is always good and competitive. You can never go wrong with Smoke. And as we can see, first kill falling, and it's gonna be to our lovely Warden we just talked about, to Austrian Force. But Refrag coming in, the Architect is now out of the game, making it back to a 4v4 situation. So what I earlier wanted to say is Warden just became one of the operators that you'll just randomly pick, knowing that you cannot go wrong with this operator.
Yep. I wonder if it's still going to be utilized the same way when he loses his 1.5. I imagine his gadget is still pretty huge, but, you know, Ubisoft is definitely talking about 1.5 changes for balancing, and he's on the list. It's going to be another kill as it rings out and does take Warden off the board as we're talking about him. Now putting the body balance in favor of Project Elevo here. So we still have 1.5 minutes left on the board. 2 C4s. And as I say it, 1 primed, 1 prep. Gonna send it, but oh my lord, it's the grenade from underneath to say good night to the Mira. Goodbye, sayonara, see you later. It's body balance heavily in favor of Project Elevo now. SMG-11 finds the kill onto U-Kill. Gonna pivot around to take that gunfight again, but it's gonna be the Togepi, and so devastating with that DMR. The grenade, not another one, not another one. Oh man, just barely escapes with his life. A little bit of WASD to save him there. It's a 3v2, 55 seconds left on board.
But here we can see Slyn just hugging that corners, just dancing around, not being killed here on the side from Austrian Force. They're still holding up against a 2v3 man disadvantage here. Nonetheless, they can definitely bring it back. So we can see now, we know where every single one of these players from Austrian Force is, but the plant is going down. Denio now on the plant. Slyn taking some damage here with last Toxic Babe out, but someone can find Slyn. So it's a 1v3 spot for Hunter. Kenny clutches for his team, makes this the first round that he brings home to Austria. But I'm afraid that this is going to go on the side to Project Elevo, as they have the upper hand, they have the man advantage, as we can see Hunter fighting, but someone will kill Hunter now, which means first round going to Project Elevo. And I'm happy to see and surprised to see not every one of them had a shotgun.
Yeah, we are like a few weeks now into Operation Heavy Metal, and those shotgun shifts have just been absolutely devastating across the rank scene, across the comp scene. Shotguns were here to stay, and now they're making statements. Not able to pull it on that one, however, as Project Elevo does take dub number 1, attacking side of it. We're going to head to second verse. Same as the first, it's back up top. A little bit of change.
Well, top floor, but as we look at the operator lineup now, we'll see a Valkyrie. Looks like the cameras we had weren't enough for the map, so we need even more. Also with 2 C4s in the pocket, some damage can definitely be dealt here, as the floor, as you already mentioned, is nearly all wooden and soft. So damage is guaranteed from the side of C4. So even nades, as we saw the round before, beautiful cook coming in and then finding a person to kill. We have the Architect again. We have Mute. I don't think I need to talk about Mute. He's like a smoke. Always good to have. Always good to bring, especially with the new operators coming in, and Mute being one of the operators that can deny that. We have the Jaeger. You can never go wrong with the Jaeger, and we have a Legion. Legion with the rework. Yes, maybe not. Still gotta find him. Swampy coming in. And beautiful. He can find again the man advantage for Austrian Force. Zayden finds Volt, which means 2 nades are gone. Sledgehammer and a valuable player is out of the way for.
I think those new nades were huge, especially as they were kind of vital in directing where the traffic was going there on the last round. So having one set off the board already, huge. Yeah, you talked about it. Valkyrie on the board. They did want a little bit more intel, but let's also point out here, the Jaeger and the Legion also opting to bring BP cams as well. So, I mean, we're really going to be playing off somebody sitting on cams. Somebody's going to be directing traffic here and letting them know exactly where the pace needs to be destroyed at for this attacking team. Go ahead.
Exactly. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh,
I wanted to say, because you said somebody's going to be on those cams, going to be watching everything. That's going to be Riz, as Slyn finds Dini out of the game, makes it a 5v4. Yuki finds Hunter, someone finds Slyn, making it back to a 3-3 spot, which means Riz now is gonna have to go off cams, but he still has a C4, but no, Asper finding Riz, making it to a 2v1, but someone finds Zayden, leaving Vezel in a 1v3 tight spot. Someone still has a nade, still flashbang from the side from Yuki. Asper still has 2 claymores. This is not looking really well. Already being drawn on first few pings coming in from the intel. He can find the first, but can he find the second too? No, he can't, because someone will find Vezel out, which means another round for Project LFO.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's probably one of the funniest nicknames or gamer tags ever. It ended it twice with, and someone found it. Someone found the headshot there. Very, very excellent trolling on the side of Project LFO as they continue their round victories, finding 2 in a row. Now we're going to head down to the basement side, a little secondary. Now this one can be played probably like one or two ways, right? We've seen the extension upstairs into that vending area above EXO. But I mean, again, we're talking a lot of soft breach floor here. So if the attacking team is able to gain a ton of real estate, it's going to be fish in a barrel shooting down. So you're going to have a little bit heavier of a roam game than maybe necessarily you'd like to have on such a huge map.
I can only agree with you, because you're the one this round with all these statistics. Last time you had like the predictions. This time you roll up another, this like old ancient rolls pull out. Now you like pulled out an entire analytics stats for this map. And I'm just like sitting next to you looking at you just like, can you give it over? And you like, okay, let me read this first, Twice you had a roll. This time, obviously, with the analytics of this map, and honestly, I'm just gonna give it to you because, as already mentioned, I have a really hard time with this map.
It's fun, it's new, yeah, absolutely, it's exciting gameplay. I love seeing Nighthaven. I would have loved to see some new consulate as well. I love seeing the new apps. I love seeing the new maps being utilized, especially when teams come together and have the straps when it's a deliberate choice. It is Sazdam getting droned out again here. Shots do ring through. Looking for it on the peak. Could find something dirty. Doesn't end up finding anything. Going to be a drone again. Project LFO using really great drone economy. Really making sure that they're getting every single bit of intel that they can. Both sides, honestly, right? It's a game of intel and inches. If you have the intel, you can find yourself the inches. It's a total top-down clear here is now.
Ooh, they're just missing each other by an inside and can find Dino. Slink can find Volt now in a 5-3 spot as the round before. Can he hold it this time? No, they can't, because Yuki with a beautiful trade coming into Zayden, making it back to a 4-3. But still, man, disadvantage for Project Alpha. We had this also the 2 rounds before where Project Alpha wasn't at man disadvantage, where they had the lower man count, but yet each time they brought it back. They found those 2 essential kills they needed to find, especially from the side from someone. Ayana. Coming in, getting these 2 kills, also from the side from Yuki. These 2 players definitely very valuable from the side of Project Alpha right now. But Austrian Force also very strong right now. This is the 3rd round. As you already mentioned, this is basement, so there are multiple ways you can defend and attack this. It's going to be interesting to see how it's going to Project L4 do this with only a single drone left in pocket and the Ayana gadgets.
Wow, yeah, cripple that intel and potentially cripple the push. But they do get hatch open, and as the great theologian Pengu says, you have to have some vertical play. You can't just push down the stairs or you put yourself into a kill box. So now they've got hatches open, stock 34 seconds left on the board. It's going to be the push in, and here's Cade looking to get a little bit aggressive on the door. The pings go out, but he didn't take the swing. Could be a missed opportunity. Going to be the L85 to find Slyn off the board. Ayana going to be the next to fall as someone is down but not completely out. Now into a 2v... Oh man, now really into a 2v1, into a 1v1. Really, Ace on the standoff here with Cade, and it's going to be the sniper shotty to ring out and claim the life of the attackers. That's a round for the defense.
So you got me confused when you said someone is down, and I was like, what?
I know. It's so
I
funny.
now understand what you mean when you said it as a trolling name. Yeah, I actually got bamboozled myself right now. And I'm the one, like, we two are the casters, and obviously we can see the names. I myself just got bamboozled by the matter of fact. You said someone is down, but not completely. And I'm like,
Protect your bombs from
what do
being
you mean?
What are you talking about? Oh. Yep, I love the name, man. And you know what? I just absolutely love this game. Want to take a second here while we're in round number 4 as the Force is trying to make a comeback here. Just want to say a huge thank you to the Vibrant League for having us on and hosting this game. Big thank you to the teams for showing up and giving us some Siege, which we so desperately crave during the week here and the weekends. And, of course, thanks for casting with me. This has just been an absolute blast and an absolute pleasure. I love the Vibrant League. I love R6 Siege.
Damn, I can only say thank you back, and also can only agree with you. But, matter of fact, we're also here to cast the game. So let's look back into the game. With now round has started, as you can see, we're top floor again. You said the spot was called server and control, I believe. And we've seen Project L4 lose this spot twice now, winning with basement spot, putting themselves now in a 1-2 spot. Maybe they can bring this back, win this top floor spot, now making it a 2-2. Spawn Peak run out trying, but Zayden unfortunately not going to find anyone, which means he's going to have to try maybe on these stairs. So we can see patiently waiting here for his opportunity. First few shots coming in. Yes, he can find it. And another time, it's going to be Volt out of the game. Hunter also finding Dino, making it a 5-3 situation again for Austrian Force. It was the round before and the round that we had this exact same score. Each time Project LFO nearly brought it back. Once they've won it, another time they lost in a 1v1. I'm very afraid for Austrian Force that this might not be over yet for them.
Yeah. I think, yeah, that they still have plenty of time here for this attacking team to really slow it down, get some drones in, as they've been doing the whole game. And find the free kill, get a little bit closer to evening up that body balance there. Jaeger gets ripped off the board dramatically. And that's one step closer to evening up here. We've got a minute and a half still left on the board. The problem is we're still outside. Finds a second, and that's a little bit of momentum. You called it. The game, the round was not over. Starting to bring it back inch by inch.
And this is what you don't want from the side from Austrian Force. You don't want them to bring it back. You don't want to be even man count, but someone, I didn't say that. I can't get over this name. Yuki finding Slyn living Riz in a 1v3 situation now. He doesn't have a C4 yet. Only a few beepers in his pocket. Can he make this with 1.5? Or will this round go again to Project L4 after having such a great man advantage? You really gotta put his team first. Can he clutch this now, or is this round again going to be a Project L4 run? Talking about it, time is ticking slowly but steady. We're gonna hit the 20-second mark, and it's not looking really good right now. He knows where the first one is. He can sneak in, but does he know that somebody's proning on the ground and someone is there waiting, prone on the ground, finding Riz out of the game? Which means another round for Project LFO, bringing it back, the third round in a row, from a 5v3 situation to a I'm very afraid. I'm baffled.
Well, you know what? It's what we like to call in the biz the old caster curse. You predicted it wasn't quite over for that defense, even with the man advantage in their favor heavily. And exactly, LFO pushed in, went back a little bit on that classic siege, got it open, got the plant, and then set up the cross, and it was bye-bye baby at that point. That was a good call. And now we're finally going to get to see some Tersh site play, and they opt for the kitchen area. One of my favorite areas to hold on Night Haven. I generally like to bring a castle along and extend into that vending area, but we're going to opt for intel instead. But let's point out here, 3 C4s on the board. We talk about all of this soft breach. What's the potential for some real destruction here?
5 seconds to go.
Well, as many people or few people know, I love Valkyrie. I'm a Valkyrie main myself, so I'm always a little bit proud when I see Valkyrie people, like Valkyrie mains, you know? When I see it and then the cams and then just some lethal destruction coming in. Spawn peek again from Zidane. Unfortunately, he doesn't find anyone, but Slyn, on the other hand, finds Asper out, and this is what I wanted to actually talk about before seeing that they had 3 C4s and a Valkyrie in pocket. From the side from Austrian Force, you need to take out someone. Yuki and Asper. These 3 players right now are very crucial for the side for Project Alpha. Each time these 3 have been in a 1v3, in a 5v3 situation, they always bring it back and then put it in the favor of Project LFO. Dino and Volts, we have to say it, unfortunately, they have been the 2 players who've been spawn picked quite a lot recently. The past 3 rounds, they're the ones who have been dying the first in the round, leaving someone, Yuki and Asper, in a 5v3 spot. Now Asper is gone. One of the 3 players talking about that needs to be gone, but Volt finding a second kill for himself, killing Slyn, making it back to a 4-4 spot. But it's not over yet because we have still 2 C4s in pockets, and I'm loving and I'm hoping to see a C4 kill, and then we have it! Yes, Hunter finding Dino. And we're back at the man advantage for Austrian Force, but someone and Yuki are both still alive and they're ready to turn this, but no! Briz finding Volt, no more C4s, but Valkyrie himself has 1 more C4 in pocket. Will we see another C4 kill?
It looked like they do have Valkyrie on cam. I can't believe you caster cursed the C4 and they came out with the double. What a beautiful play by the defense there as they put themselves heavy in the man advantage. For the ace to take a little bit of damage here. Just over half. The swing from Thorn not going to be successful. The double rings out now as Valkyrie does find the headshot, but is going to pay for it with her life. Now down into a 2v1. It's going to be the low health versus full health scenario. And now you still have to push in. Did get spotted out on cam. It's going to be ready for the swings. Crosses are set up. It's going to be the Thorn gadget to push him all the way to the right side of the door. 37 seconds left in the round. Did get the Cade. Now he's going to be able to open up, get himself a little bit of some room to move and work around. Knows exactly where these guys are, but still Cade with that super shotty and the person that we've been talking about all night. It's that mute. So devastating.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
And there you go. The SMG-11 just can't be stopped. It's the bada boom, bada bing.
Well, bada boom was definitely the 2 beautiful C4s coming in from Austrian Force, finding each 1 kill. Fortunately, we couldn't see the 3rd C4 kill as Vezel decided to go for a 1v1. Fortunately, not winning the fight, but what they have won is another side for them, which means now in a 2-3 split. This last one is really important from the side from Austrian Force. They want to make this equal. They want to make this a 3-3. Then move to the attack side and then eventually win this back for themselves. But as we can see, Project F, they are super strong. You need to take out especially these 3 players, as mentioned earlier, Asper, Someone, and Yuki. They are the key players who are right now really finding these heads in a one-shot headshot game, which is super essential. Doesn't matter if you're 1 HP, if you're 2 HP. At the end of the day, if you hit your shot before the enemy does, you got the win, you got the kill, and that's sometimes that all matters. Strats will help you. C4 kills will help you, nade kills will help you, but at the end of the day, it is a shooter. You gotta find those ones, you gotta be able to win the ones. So you need to take out someone, Yuki and Asper, in order to win this round from the side from Austrian Force. But you gotta give it to Project Alpha. 3 times being in a man disadvantage, 5-3 spots. Zayden finding Dino out again, putting themselves again in a man advantage.
Geez, absolutely disgusting shot as Denio gets taken off the board. Unfortunately, can't buy a kill here after that first one that they found. And you're right, yeah, it's kind of a tough position here. We've got a really aggro attack team, and they are just absolutely devastating with the gunplay at the moment. So let's slow it down. It's going to be someone to take a little bit of damage, but find the kill onto the Thorn as it's now evened up on that body bounce. They do get the breach open. They're going to get a little bit drone out onto Cade. They're still holding that. Oh, I love that. The vertical from underneath, watching the window, waiting for somebody to make the misstep. It's going to be Dokkaebi taking a look down on the first floor and trying to suss out where the heck that roam game is. Got the DMR, right? Absolutely devastating in the hands of the right persons. And we can ask Onagiri, as I believe that's what he used to set the kill record at the last SI, 27. So, 4-4 here. Man, it's about to get spicy.
Definitely, I can only review. But from the side from Project LFO, they gotta be careful because time is ticking slowly but steady. Only having 1 minute 20 left. Yes, they have the breaches open. Yes, they have everything open they need in order to plan here and execute. And they especially have someone, Yuki and Asper, still alive. The 3 players who have been very crucial to win these rounds from the side from Project LFO, but we still have 2 C4s in pocket from Riz and Vezel here. They can definitely turn this around. If a plant goes down, they can do some damage there. As we can see, also 5 drones are gone, leaving themselves only with 5 and also an Ayana gadget. First Toxic Babe canister comes in. Gotta be careful now because if they don't push quickly, if they don't execute anytime soon, this round may go in favor of Austrian Force because they just have to wait. As we can see, Asper taking the first step here into the building. Now he is slowly but steady. Need to make sure he doesn't die here and doesn't put his team in a man disadvantage. This is what's happening. Vezel finds Asper taking the control, but he gets retreaded by Yuki, bringing it back to a equal spot, 3-3. Now Riz finding someone, and then Hunter finding Yuki, leaving Volt in a 1v3 situation with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Can he make it, or will this round go in favor? Doesn't seem like he... I think he missed on the turn on the stairs and he cannot go down. Fortunately, it's not going to be the time because Riz finds Volt. 1 wrong turn. Fortunately, couldn't find the stairs.
Yep, time waits for no man, and that, of course, includes every single attacking team. And that's the half. That's the first half of this map here. And we do 3-3, evened up, tied scoreline. I think this is your script. You said you didn't know this map, but you're sure making the calls here. It's an even 3-3. Not something we get to see a whole lot, but it just means that both teams are firing on all cylinders.
Maybe I have the transcript this time, and I'm just not telling you.
I'm pretty sure you did.
Secretly, I think.
So it's the role swap here, and I already can tell you, we're headed down to the basement area, assembly, nanotech, exo suit area, and I love what we're bringing to the defense. You bring in the Cade because obviously you need something a little tougher than the Mute for the breach denial, but you want to support it. So Mute is there for that intel deny and help get that secondary, potentially that single wall muted up, but it's going to be the intel, the Valkyrie to help support the Mira and the castle. Slow down city. I love a castle play.
You know, I gotta point out something here. We talked about 3 C4s. Well, you know what's better than 3 C4s? 4 C4s.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there.
You can't go wrong on 4 simple C4s. Yes, taking a lot utility, for example, barbed wires, bulletproofs, or beepers nonetheless, but you can definitely find 4 kills with each one of these C4s. As we can see, Austrian Force making their way up here in the building with beautiful droning them ahead, giving them the intel if they gotta be careful or not. First few cams falling, and they gotta be careful because there are some people people from the side of Project LFO up here, trying to do their way to fast few shots coming in, but no one's really falling. Someone finding a bit of damage, and he's the one who needs to fall because he's currently the top fragging leader in the entire game. But no, someone finds Hunter out of the game, which means still possible C4s in, but Zayden finds Dino. One C4 is gone. The mute and a shotgun are now gone, leaving them in a 4-4 spot, but it looks like they're ready for the C4, which is probably about to come any minute from Volt, as Austrian Force has top floor control now.
Yep, vital for this, and is the C4, if they stack up, could find themselves in a really tough little position there. And there's the castle holding on to this first floor, really just trying to dictate how the pace of this round is going. It's going to be Sledge starting to open up some of this verticality, but he's 5 HP and a dream. It's going to take one bullet to the toe to take him out. So you got to do as much floor clear as he can before one of those aforementioned C4s rings out and claims his life, because he's real close. It's going to be Slim, the next to get taken off the board. It's the Vector ringing and singing, death and springing, baby. 4v3 now as the last minute is starting to tick away. It's looking a little bit good here for Project LFO. As you said it, time waits for no man, and that includes this Austrian Force attacking team here. Is 57 seconds still on the board. Still 2 C4s ready to do that damage. Attacking team's got 3 on the board. Still has some nades to be able to be utilized for some of that long distance, maybe for some of that vertical drop on them. Going to see the start to push in. Cade going to be the next to fall as the L85 claims his life, taking us now down into a 3v3. It's 36 seconds left. We're going to start to see the big rotate, the scenic route as Sledge is going to start making his way down EXO, potentially looking towards those Nano, the hatch on Nano. They are getting inside. It is going to be the Vector finding another kill. Castle to take a bunch of damage, but still able to survive with his life, and now putting us down into a 1v3. It's coming up all Project LFO again, and it's going to be the trade. Vector ringing out again and just dealing that death in spades.
That was a beautiful wallbang coming there.
Sheesh, man. These people have played this map before, I think.
Maybe. Oh, you know what it is? Maybe it's the ranked. They've played it so much in ranked, the confidence is there. They played once in competitive, and they're like, okay, listen up. I got this threat. And this is what we're seeing from Zayden on the defense. My man Zayden, every single time we swapped onto him, he was spawn peeking. He was not giving Project LFO the chance to run out of spawn and not be petrified for the reason that there could be someone waiting, could be someone sneaking around, doing a run out, and maybe to kill him. On the side of Project LFO, we have not seen a single spawn peek yet, but we've seen quite a lot of ROM strategy coming in. But ignore the name someone, yeah? talking about the player. Someone is currently with 11 kills, top fragger on the entire map, the entire match currently, but also the top fragger in his team. 11-3, actually pretty good Austrian Force. They definitely gotta pinch him down a bit. They definitely gotta look more towards already mentioned 3 players. Someone, Aspa and Yuki. These 3, it wasn't the attack. You can say maybe benefit of the doubt. They have performing because they're good in the attack. They had the operators, but on the defense, they're still performing. And as we can see, Volt and Dino still having a hard time coming to the map. Maybe they've missed the WhatsApp message. Maybe they still don't know. We are on Nighthaven playing against Austrian Force. We missed the train in order to catch it. And now it's up to Asper, someone, and Yuki to win this round. And I mean, they're doing a really good job here with 4 rounds in pocket, having now the upper hand on the rounds. But Austrian Force are still struggling a bit. Some players are performing, and then some players are slacking behind. Maybe they also missed the train or the bus station because they tried to get a little snack on the way. It's not looking too good right now for Austrian Force, gotta be honest.
That's the thing. Yeah, you talked about the pace being set here, and someone is just doing an absolutely great job at it. Right, we're down into the first the first minute off the board. Oh, it's going to be the swing. It's going to be the skeleton key to find the headshot of someone. You called win conditions. You got to take them off the board. Well, there it is. Let's see now if Austrian Force is going to be able to capitalize on that huge kill. It is going to be Denio that's down to another situation of that 5 HP in a dream. It's only going to take a piece of shrapnel to take him off the board, but he's got a twin on the other side of the board. Mr. Buck also down into that low health situation. Body balance tipped in favor of Austrian Forces.
Which means a 5-4 spot right now. For the side for Austrian Forces, having now the upper hand in the man advantage, but also half advantage. Hunter and Zayden both low on HP, not quite 5 HP in the dream, but also very close to that. As we can see, they have top floor right now, opening every single inch there is in order to make Project Alpha very uncomfortable being on site. As we can see here, no one is really on site. All of them have fallen back towards kitchen, towards the billiard room to try to secure themselves. But which means this is opening quite a flank potential. Zayden finding Yuki now, leaving only Asper is one of the three, and Asper is down now as well, leaving only Volt and Dino, the two players who've been spawn picked round after round. Can they find it? Dino finds the first to Zayden. 5 HP energy really working out right now for him, but Volt also gotta step up his game now in order to win this. He can find it first. No, he can't because he misses the first few shots. Basil finding Volt out, leaving Daniel in a 1v4 situation with 5 HP in a dream. As you mentioned, he's already being looked at. Can he find the kill? No, he can't because Slyn has the upper hand here, meaning we're on a 4-4 round. And this round was absolutely chaotic. I'm calling the win conditions for the side of Austrian Force. Maybe they're hearing me.
That could be it. It's some live coaching. You said that they needed to deal with someone, they needed to deal with Aspar, and they needed to deal with Yuki. And what did they do? They took all three of them off the board, left themselves in a great position to take on a post-plant scenario. And you called it. They take out those three hitters, and it's Gonzo Garbanzo there, and they were able to secure a round and tie up this scoreline. As casters, we want this thing to go all the way, right? I want a 1v1 showdown on a double overtime to determine it. It's the best of the best that we're talking here in our little areas, and I love seeing it dueled out to the very end of it. And the 4-4, boy, that's getting close to saying we might get to see some OT.
Well, I'm hoping to see an OT, especially from these two teams, because they've been so equally getting the rounds, getting the other round, and getting the round after that. It's just a back and forth the entire time, and I'm honestly speechless. I don't know what happened from the start of Project LFO there. Maybe they do him, and maybe Austrian Force has secretly put a, I don't know, spy into this group. And now with our live coaching here, what they need to do, what their win condition is, and that's what they're doing. But from the side from Project LFO, maybe Dino and Volt are having a bad time right now. As we can look at the scores, these two players are right now in the entire game the two weakest players, with 2-6 from Volt, 2-7 from Dino. Not really a good spot where you want to be, especially in in round 9. You want to have more kills, you want to have supported the team more. Yes, you're playing support of operators. You've been spawn picked quite a lot, but that could be all determined to maybe mentality. Being spawn killed so many rounds, round after round, it can be quite annoying. Talking about it, Volt finds Slyn, means another kill for himself. As you said, it's quite devastating, and you shouldn't be really good to let that get into your head. Been spawn picked, it's fine, but you gotta get over it. So then finds Yuki, which means one of the 3 players is down yet again, leaving someone in Asper still alive.
Someone in Asper. Oh, jeez. Huge pick. There's Denio does find himself another kill, taking us into a 4v3 situation here. It's minute 30 left on the board. Gonna start opening up some of those hard breaches. Ace using those Selma charges. But it's feeling pretty good for the defense here. Several rounds in a row that went to Austrian Force. They built themselves up a little bit of momentum. If they're able to pull this back from this 3v4 loss, I think we might see a timeout on the end of Project LFO because really, you don't want them to keep that momentum build up. You talked about the mentality. Well, when you're getting those losses consistently, 3, 4 in a row, it wears on you. You start to lose that confidence, and that's what every pro says, right? Got to have the confidence that you're going to win every gunfight, or you're not going to. 55 seconds left on the board. L85 finds Aspar. That's one of the win conditions there, as it does even us up into a 3v3. Kind of still all on the shoulders. This is winnable for the defense as time is starting to dwindle down. Takes another tacker off the board. SMG-11 playing a huge part in that. So it's now down into a 1v3, and the shotgun's gonna say good night and take it in favor of the defense.
Well, looks like Volt has finally arrived with the bus and the train to his spot with finding, I believe, 3 or 4 beautiful kills in this round, saving the round for his team, putting him definitely up in the killing and performing bracket. Nonetheless, you gotta give it to the boys. They had really a hard time on the attack. Zayden spawn peeking, Slin spawn peeking, and then keep on getting Dino and Volt. Dino and Volt. You couldn't see one of these two players really perform because they'll just cheeky spawn peek over there, cheeky run out over there, cheeky spawn peek over there. You don't really know where to look because there's so many spawn peeks coming from this position. And now they're back. Volt finding 3 kills last round because he was on a 2-6, now being on a 5-6 means he found 2. Dino finding 1 with 3-7, now also stepping up a bit of his game. But at the end of the day, it was someone also getting another kill for himself. It is still kind of win condition to get someone out because he's performing so good. He's getting those kills, he's winning these ones. At the end of the day, it is a shooter. You gotta win your one. You gotta have the confidence, as you already mentioned. You need that confidence. And especially from the side from Austrian Force. You had a few bad rounds. You had a few bad rounds which you threw with a 5-3 lead and another 5-3 lead, and then still giving the enemy team, who was in a disadvantage, the win. Mentality is key. You gotta have the confidence, especially against a player who's currently 12-4 on the stats. Then his other 2 teammates was also performing super well. Confidence is key. That's all I can say. And yeah, I'm really afraid because Project LFO is now on 5 points. Potential match point coming in.
Yeah, Project LFO trying to get this one out and done with here, and really setting the pace here, slowing down this attacking team, and I think that's what proved to be the difference there. If you're getting spawn peeked, what do you got to do? You have to check every window. You have to check every single corner and door because somebody's going to be lurking, and you know that gunfight is coming, especially when you're down in the man advantage, giving the defense a little chance to get a little bit more aggressive. With that, however, we're going to see Thatcher and Ace start to open up that bottom site into Animus and into Assembly. Going to take potentially that gunfight with someone who's sitting down there in that tank position. Still got Volt up top doing some vertical hold. Could see a contest here. Do they know that he's sitting right there? Does get droned out to be able to rotate around. Castle doing a great job at really shutting down some of those rotates, forcing the gunfights to be tunneled through to the area where they want you to be at. Start opening up some of that vertical hold. It's going to be Ace to take a little bit of damage. Castle as well. And there it is. Someone down but not out. And he does get that kill completed. It's going to be 5-4 C4. Oh my lord. This is a 1 HP in a dream, man. He's living a nightmare there. And he gets taken off the board. Volt finding that kill as well. Really starting to come alive, as you called it. Needed to have everybody participating, and Volt is now on the board. It's evened up on that man advantage with 55 left on the board.
But the 2 still win condition being allowed with Asper and Yuki still having here something to say in the round. But Dino and Yuki still have a C4, which means they could potentially still lead for some cause. C4 coming out. Can he find one? No, he can't. He's being watched by the side. He doesn't know. Slim finding Dino, putting himself in a man advantage now. 4-3 situation, but also hitting the enemies pretty hard with Asper being out now as well, leaving Volt and Yuki in a 4-2 spot. But Hunter is low HP, so is Slin, so is Riz. All of these people could die by potential. A little bit of a shot, but also so can Volt. First, another C4 coming in, injuring Riz now out of the bridge. Another shot coming from Basil, but he can find the other 2, which means another round for Austrian Force, making it a 5-5 tied spot. And that means this is going to be an interesting round because the first team who wins this is going to be the first one on match point of today.
Man, just an absolute battle back and forth, a war of attrition, if you will. Neither team really wanting to give up any sort of inches, any sort of real estate, and that's what we want. We want this back and forth. We want to see this absolute aggression. Both teams doing just, honestly, a really incredible job of adapting to each player's gameplay, bringing a little something different each time, trying to switch it up, not revealing too much because, as we said, this is just a best of one. You're going to see each other later potentially here. You want to save a little bit for those best of 3 matches when it starts to get all on the line. But really just a bunch of different looks of kind of the same variety, if that makes any sense, right? It's the same gameplay, but little variances that are leading to each of these teams, and they're just adapting to each other. I love it. This is great gameplay. 5-5. You said it. Next one to find it and put themselves on a match and series point.
A very serious point because that could eventually lead to the end of this map if that team finds the win right after that. But as we see, both teams are quite equal, which means honestly also the people who are watching, write it into the chat. Someone finding now Hunter out of the game. First Bumpy coming out from the side from Project LFO, and it's been crucial, taking out one of the better players, one of the players who are performing right now from the side from Austrian Force. Hunter with 9-7 currently out of the game. What I wanted to say before getting interrupted with a beautiful spawn pick from someone, write it into the Twitch chat to the viewers who are watching, hashtag overtime or hashtag game. And which one do you think is going to be the case? Is it going to be 2 wins from Project Alpha in a row or from Austrian Force, or is this going to go to a potential 8-6, 8-7? Write it in. I'm curious. I'm honestly going to lean forward and say this is going to be a potential 8-6 from Project LFO.
Ooh, making the bold call. It does even up on the body balance there as Valkyrie does get taken off the board now as well. It's a minute and 48 left on the board. I think so too. You know, I think LFO's got some great communication, and if they find themselves on the half that they feel most comfortable, whether that's attack or defense, I'm not sure which they have if they get into it, it's a potential for them to get it. It's going to be who's going to stick these rounds together. History has shown us that it is going to be a battle back and forth. It could be that we see a win and then a tricky play, which is what I love, sort of quick execute. 3-3 now as the trades ring out. It's going to be Lion finding a kill and the Vector of Aspar to ring out and take the life of Lion. Now putting us into a 3-3. It's a minute 13 left on the board. Opening up that vertical hold is going to be Thatcher with those soft breaches. Still 2 nades on the board. Still got some impacts and a C4 on the board as well. You know where they're at. It's going to be Volt to find another kill. Really coming alive here on the back end of this map is, oh my lord, now down into a 2v1. Austrian Forces now got the body balance. Going to start to go for a plant. Pulls off of it. Here's the tomahawks from up top as Legion trying to find a kill. Well, unfortunately, it's going to be in sight there. Legion going to have to go find where that diffuser's at, but the cross is set up. It's going to be the swing onto Pillar. Not enough as Slyn finds the kill onto Volt. Giving that win to the attacking side of it. Let's go.
Which means Austrian Force is going to be here the first team on match point. Potentially they could close this up, win this, make this a 7-5. But I do believe Project Alpha has something to say against it, as still they are the defense. Defense is for a lot of teams easier, especially on a map which firstly is the newest map to the competitive pool and also one of the newest maps in the entire game. It's been there for a few seasons, not quite long. A lot of teams still ban this map when it comes to ranked. Hasn't been played in competitive all too long. So it comes down a lot to the 1v1s. It does come down to how you play with team and less how you play the strats. For example, you can't compare a Clubhouse, a map which is quite strat heavy. You know the strat, you know what you're able to do, what you can pull off and what you can't pull off, which one is gonna shoot you in the head and what's gonna shoot the enemies in the head. You have the strats set. On this map, nothing is set. Few strats from the Pro League, which have been seen, but there's still so much more to discover to this map, especially strats. But at this rate, you're gonna play with team. You're gonna have the trades, and this is what we see in the last round. Austrian Force going for the trades. They don't really care about... Listen, with their basement. We're going to do some vertical. After that, it's just going to be trade after trade after trade. And that's what they did, and they won the round. They need those trades, and that's what Project LFO needs. They need the trades because right now it's more depending on kills, and it's really depending on strats because it's such a new map. But comparing this to other maps, also the match we had before, this is a very slow development of the game. The meta currently is, yo, we're just gonna go in. Okay, we're just a German highway where I want to go straight into sight, get my 3 kills, and then go out again. That's basically the meta, TDM meta. Just go in, have your fun in the map. Map's probably done by the minute 1:30, 2 minutes. You don't see teams go for the last 20 seconds, for the last 30 seconds of a round. But here we've seen way longer rounds because the kills fall very slow. Yes, the trades fall right after that, but it's still a slow meta. It's not quick. For example, on other maps, and that I think falls. Oh. A little bit of an issue there from the side of Volt. Could have been a potential very good full kill, but it's not going to be from the side. Nevertheless, 1 minute 40 left on the clock. First kill falling. Hunter finding someone a little bit of revenge from last round.
Yep, body bounce tipped in favor of Austrian Force here as they find themselves in a 5-4 scenario. Boy, we called an overtime here, but if they find one more kill, if they take Asper off the board, then Austrian Force could be putting this one away. Now is still got plenty of util on the board for the defense. C4 in hand, 2 impacts in the hand. Oh my lord, that's Volk off the board. This now takes us into a 5v3. Dianic, this could be it. Oh, this is the trade back there as Denio finds a kill. You call it the win condition. He's got to be on there. Now into a 4v2. Minute left on the board, still all on the shoulders of Cade, of the Doc. Boy, 2 good characters to have on, the Sniper Shotty and the man with the juice. Sniper Shotty gone. Dianic, this is it. 6-5, 50 seconds left on the board. Plant is going down, but they know where he's at. It's going to be the Nook to finish this one off. And yowza, not the way we maybe thought that was going to go, eh?
Not at all. We've seen it so many times, especially in the rounds. I honestly thought this is going to go more to Project LFO because they were so consistent with the trades. But Austrian Force, maybe, maybe. You think, I think I know what happened, especially I think I know what happened. Their coach went to their home, each one by one, gave them a little bit of a shake, you know what I mean? A little bit of a shake, and woke up these boys and showed them what needs to happen. And this is what I meant. This map is right now more kill heavy, more refrag heavy. I called it. They gotta take out these 3 players. That's what they did. I called it. They gotta go for the kills, for the refrags, and that's what's happening. And honestly, maybe I'm being spied on, and that's I'm afraid,
Well, that's the thing. Siege, and we have dubbed Nighthaven Labs as a pretty attacker heavy map, right? So if win conditions are that you got to be aggressive and take out some of those top performers, well, you called it and they did it, and now they walk away with the dub here. Beautiful round, and I can't believe we got to watch it on Nighthaven. Did you write it all down? Our next rank rounds are going to be amazing.
Bro, I drew the entire map of every single strat, okay? I have everything prepared here on my paper for the next few rank games. Let's go make this. But before we go into the next few rank games, we still have 2 more games of today, which is going to be Blue Jays against Viperio, and then the game after that, Secret Powder against Wild Multigaming. But I would say we go into a short break, and then we'll see which one of us is back. So see you guys soon.
Heyo.
Introducing Everest, the world's first customizable and premium mechanical keyboard experience. When designing Everest, we wanted to bring an uncompromised, highly personalized product to the market. We offer you maximum freedom of choice. Let us show you how. Comprised of CNC milled double aluminum faceplates, you will immediately see and feel the exceptional build quality. Feature-packed, Everest includes a modular media dock and magnetic numpad with programmable color display keys, hot swappable mechanical switches, RGB illumination, and a magnetic palm rest. The Media Dock with display dial allows you to control your media, adjust and easily switch profiles, check your system info, and more. It will also feature indicator LEDs. No matter if you're a lefty or require the numpad to be on the other side of the keyboard for macro purposes, gamers rejoice. Everest can make it so. Everest isn't just for gamers. It's designed with flexibility and freedom of choice at heart, making it the perfect keyboard for designers, illustrators, editors, and all professional users. Create profiles that remap your keyboard to have your most frequently used commands conveniently bound to keys of your choice. Optimize your workflow every day. Take your performance to the next level. We don't believe in one size fits all. Our highly modular design makes Everest just right for you. With countless personalized numpad, media dock, and palm rest configurations, Everest can be completely custom tailored to fit your needs. Everest supports you on your ascension to peak performance and matches your style.
Hi, I'm Tobias, founder of Mountain. There are a lot of good keyboards on the market, but nothing that truly allows you to completely customize your individual preferences. We've changed that. Using only the finest materials, Mountain's unique design and modularity enables you to create unparalleled level of personalization. We've created a unique product for mechanical keyboard enthusiasts, gamers, streamers, and creative people alike. The Everest keyboard can be what you want, when you need it, through ultimate freedom of choice. You now have the opportunity to be one of the first to get your hands on the most sophisticated feature-packed keyboard ever made. Thank you for supporting us.
Reach your summit with Mountain.
You are back again after short break. As you can tell right now to my side, it's not Whiskey Glitter anymore. It's Time Flight TTL. Welcome.
Hi, how you doing? I'm excited.
Well, I'm doing great. Happy to have you here, honestly. We're going to see now Blue Jays Esports against Viperio, and I'd say we go directly into the map ban, and you can walk us through.
Yeah, map ban's always a contentious point in best of ones. Lots of teams like the newer matches. More often than not, teams will like some of the older maps like Oregon, Clubhouse, Cafe, Chalet, whatever it may very well be. We can head over to our standings, give you the TLDR on where we are right now in this vibrant league, minor league. And, well, you said it, Viperio versus Blue Jays. We get the upper echelon of the standings to kick off at least my part of the day.
For me, it's already the third game, nonetheless. We already had two amazing games. First one, very short, 7-3. Second one, 7-5. And now we're heading into the third game of today. And then there's going to be the fourth game, which is going to be the last one after this, which is going to be Secret Powder against World Multigaming. And you're going to be my second caster for that. So, which means we're probably going to have two banger maps and two banger teams playing now. And I cannot wait for it, honestly.
Yeah, Wild may be the favorite then, but we could take a look at the map ban here. And I was talking about the teams that like the little bit more common maps. Unfortunately, two of them are playing in this game. No Consulate, even though it was left up to the very last ban. I have to say, a little upset at Viperio for not playing it. You just got to cast Nighthaven Labs. I'm a little jealous. Clubhouse removed earlier. Surprisingly, Oregon removed as the first ban overall. But in the end, we are indeed stuck with Cafe.
Well, you might not like Cafe as much as I do, but as many people might know, it's creaking through the floors. I love Cafe. Cafe is one of my favorite maps, and I'm very happy to see two teams which I know, to see them on this map, and I cannot wait to see the spawn picks, the runouts, and the punishment if you do something wrong. I'm very happy and I cannot wait. It's wooden floor, so I'm hoping to see a Valkyrie ban, all Valkyrie being played. As already mentioned a few times, I love Valkyrie, I love to see 4 kills coming in. And this is why I love Cafe, because everything just speaks for it.
I'm also a fan of Valk, mainly because she's American, not because she's good. No, I'm kidding. She's actually very useful and one of my mains on the defensive side most of the time. But as we move into our game, we'll figure out what the bans are. Blue Jays are starting off on the defensive side because Viperio got that final map ban. So Blue Jays get the side choice. They pick the defense, and understandably so. They will also ban first. We'll take a look through our map bans here in our my first game of play, our third game of play overall. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dokebi, Flores, maybe a little outside ban, Ying. That doesn't surprise me.
Well, you said your bans, and I'm gonna be a bit rude here and put my bans as well. I would have actually guessed Ying. I think for a second ban, we're gonna see.
You
should. As you should. We're gonna see perhaps a Ram ban, then an Azami, and hopefully a Solus ban. But it's not going to be Ram, it's going to be Thatcher instead. Quite default ban. Not quite sure if that was really one of the most useless bans that could have been banned, as there are EMP nades, which make it easier now. But one of the defenders is going to be a Azami. And that's going to hurt because the Architecta is now out of the game. You can't close those holds up anymore. So you're going to have to run around and find your secret little spots in order to hide. And I cannot wait. And I'm hoping to see either a Valkyrie or a Solus ban, because both these operators are quite busted on this map. And it's going to be Solus. So I would have guessed 3 out of 4 operators again, like on Nighthaven.
High five. High five across the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, damn. It's a bit long, but it will reach eventually.
I mean, I just gotta flash my way over there. I'll flash my way back. We can cast again. Anyway, with the game itself starting, Blue Jays, surprisingly enough, having Viperio ban the Thatcher early. I don't know if they've gotten the memo that impact EMPs exist. They do still exist, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy. No, they very much do exist. But removing them as quick as you like, I mean, Thatcher not the most absurd ban nowadays, but still not the most often. In terms of statistics, if anybody happens to care, the top 4 operators banned are, in order, Dokebi, Ying, Montaigne, Ram, and Thatcher technically ties now Montaigne and Ram for 5th tied for third at this point. But Dokkaebi and Ying are the top two by a decent margin. I'm surprised Dokkaebi wasn't banned, considering it's Cafe and those flanks could be all that more important.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, Ying's pretty self-explanatory. Why she's banned, we've already seen it today on first map. We have watched, if you can't shoot the enemies, if you can't win it once, basically just take the vision away and you'll have an easy round. That's why Ying's been taken away. Yes, you still have the Warden as a counter plan, but if you don't position your Warden in a correct position, it's going to be more of a useless operator, then he can actually help out your team. All which you can rewatch as soon as the stream ends. You can just come back, rewatch the stream, and see it for yourself. The two teams we've already seen. Nonetheless, we're in the third game of today, and you mentioned the ban statistic for the attackers. And I'm going to ask you very cheeky, what are the 4 top bans for the defense? Or 5 bans? Maybe I caught you there a bit off guard. I see. But
Accidentally muted myself. I'm such a genius. Number 5 is Valkyrie. Kind of surprising there, but the unsurprising top 4 are Solus, Azami, Cade, and Fenrir. One difference that I've noted between NA and EU is Cade is banned significantly more here than he is in North America, so, keep an eye on that for later. Also, keep an eye on Pyrod, who may very well run out in the next few seconds. Leighton seems to be aware of the possibility, and you can also hear the barricade being broken for a second, but in the end, everybody will patiently wait, and no aggressive run-out's going to happen thus far.
But as we can see, time is slowly ticking down. 1 minute, roughly 30 seconds left. Blue Jays, they have gotten a bit of control still in their hand, but Viper is slowly but steady taking that control away from beneath. As you can see, Creeds, who last time was so close on a 20 bomb, currently on a nuke close to the white stairs. Pirate taking out Shed now with the first opening pick of the day. Adrian finding Froxy, D7 finding AD, and Pirate finding Creeds. Just everything falling in the hands of Blue Jays Esports right now, leaving Leighton in a 1v4, but Pirate had something to say against it. Jumps out of the white stairs window and finding him, which means first round to Blue Jays Esports after a very slow take.
Yeah, it took him a while to start to set that one up. Everybody tried to go at the exact same time, but at the same time, everybody died all around the same time for Viperio. I mean, valiant effort to get in. And I gotta say, for the sledge, valiant effort for Leighton to just throw a nade at Pyrod when he tried to run out, but I don't think it's tag. You can't just throw a nade at somebody and they magically die. Unfortunately, a little mistimed on that one, but in the end, a fairly clean round for the Blue Jays, all things considered. And you also have to look at that and say, where did Viperio go wrong? Number one, not having direct insight pressure while trying to rappel in. They didn't have all the information they needed over towards Cigar. They didn't have the information they needed inside of the site itself. And for some reason, still trying to hold that top white stairs rappel at the same time as the rest of the rappels in just didn't work. The Nook, I think, was a good call for them to run, but it just didn't come up with anything as they walked in the white stairs. I think a lot of situations where there could have been improvements just falling flat for Viperio, and it's round one. Sometimes that happens. It's a warm-up round. We're okay.
Especially in the warm-up round, you're gonna check, hey, how are these enemies playing this? Are they playing this more aggressive, more passive, lean back? You just gotta figure out what plays that you're playing against. A lot of teams, they're capable of playing a lot of play styles, and having the first round, you kind of get a taste what you can expect from this round. But mentioning Viperio, they wanted to go for a more cocktail take, which is not quite the default. Usually want to go for a shop, cigar, and then maybe a bar plant. But as we saw, they tried to go for a cocktail tag, and one key operator they were missing was kind of a bug. Maybe start the vertical and was just a bit too slow and steady. And eventually, Blue Jay caught on that and ran in, got the kills, and eventually they got the round. Nevertheless, second round, we are now on reading and fireplace. And as we can see, Viperio, they kind of have the same idea again, trying to take out these players in cocktail and then take the control, maybe play some vertical with the sledges. We can see they just got to be careful because Blue Jays could eventually just run out again, get the few kills, and then the round would be self-explanatory from there.
You also see that Viperio are only trying a top-down take. There is no pressure whatsoever on the first floor here on Cafe, and Cafe, one of the few maps that doesn't have a basement, but I mean, even then, I don't think Viperio would even look in its general direction. I mean, I understand it kind of with this setup, and you are finally seeing Sledge go down to the bottom floor, but even then, they're taking a fight with Tubi, who does a decent bit of damage, takes a little bit more, and then will run away with his life. And get a sim.
You get the stim from the doctor, now he's all healed up and fixed, as we like to say, but the first few line scans coming in. Nonetheless, time is taking slowly but steady. Vipers are slowly losing the time advantage, are slowly losing the upper hand here. As Blue Jays, they just gotta lean back, wait for Viper to have a panic moment, and then to execute. As we can see already happening, Shed and Macy been taken out. Creed can find D7 as a trade, but Pirate fighting Adrian in a 1v4 situation as Toby finds Leighton. Creed now in a 1v3. He can find the first, but can he find the second to here to maybe bring his team back on a win, or will this round fall into the hands of Blue Jays because it's not leaning too good? Round 1-4 is still heavy, but he can find the second one. Triple kill now for Creed in a 1-2 situation. Can he find the last two in order to win this round? As we can see, somebody is waiting on that pillar. He sees him, but he can't land the shots. Unsure where the second one is, but he's close with the shotgun. Is it going to be Shotgun who's going to take this win, or can it be Creed with the headshot? It can be Creed. Can you find the ace here against Pirate with the 5 HP and a single-handed man's dream? No, he can't, because Pirate finds him from the back. I'm baffled again.
That's a situation where you just have to take the gunfight. You have 10 seconds left. There's no way you can go play hide and go seek on the site for that amount of time required. And in the end, it comes back to bite him. I mean, valiant effort to grab the diffuser, wanting to run away with the diffuser, trying to play around time, sure. The simple fact of the matter was you had to take a gunfight in a 1v1 because of how close the Aruni was. As soon as you try and get something down, there's going to be a sound cue. There's going to end up being a camera on you like there was 90. Valiant effort. And I do think that it was a little over-aggressive from Blue Jays to just keep giving him a 1v1 gunfight to start when he dropped through the hatch, another one swinging into mining, a third with the shotgun in the close corner for no apparent reason. You don't have to play that close. You could just disengage, play in the backside of fireplace. It doesn't really matter. Just don't give him the fight. And luckily, there is a recoverer with that P10 Roni, but too close for comfort, in my humble opinion.
I gotta agree with you here. It was very too close, giving Creed, who's already known for clutching up these rounds. In the few playdays before, we've seen he's capable of winning these 1v4s, 1v3s, 1v5 situation. He proved it. He's the gunner. He has the mechanical skill for it and the game sense. You don't want to get those 1v1s or give the enemy those 1v1s, especially when the enemy is Creed. On the other hand, you gotta give it to Pirates. He played it safe. He waited for the last seconds, knowing he is low HP. He only has to hit a small body part in order to win that round, not overextending too much, but waiting for that information, as you already mentioned, from the camera as he shot the camera. Nonetheless, I can only agree it was too close for comfort, and Blue Jays, they need to be careful not to let that happen again, because if Creed would have been full HP, he could have potentially given him a turn on and then decided to run for Viperio.
Not the greatest of finishes, but one that can still be improved upon here for the Blue Jays, and granted they're 2-0. It was a close round, but close, as I like to say, only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. It can be a close round as you want, but in the end it's still going to be a round victory, whether it's 5v0 or 0v0 in the end of the day. 2-0 for the Blue Jays as they move down to the bottom floor. I wanted to say this at the beginning of the previous round, but I completely forgot about it. I'm surprised they didn't go down to Kitchen in the second round. They decided to just wait an entire round to try to do so. I mean, I don't hate the decision. If you have a good setup for mining or for reading in fireplace at that point, I suppose go for it. And honestly, they did, minus their end round where they just decided to give 3 or 4 separate 1v1s when they probably shouldn't have.
One case of that might be because Kitchen and Dining, or Kitchen and Serving, are kind of known for having the lowest win rate as a defender, because Cafe is already kind of a square. If we just look up down, it is just basically a square, and then having a side which reaches from one side to the other side, having around 3 breaches open, which could potentially throw the entire side away, and the entire side being vertically playable. A lot of teams cannot defend that, and it does show in the statistic that Kitchen and Serving, there's one of the Bombsite with the lowest win rate, but also having a better win rate than, for example, Mining and Fireplace. As we can see, Shadow's already here in with the Monty, but taken out by Critical from Blue Jays, making it a 5-4. But Leighton with a refrag on Froxy, making it back a 4-4 statement. As we can see, Viper is here more intrigued into getting into Bakery, making their statement. But no, D7 has a save to it, taking out Macy, making it a 3-3 as Creeds finds Toby.
Control, you are playing Warden, and you swing just too early. Adrian just patiently waiting with nearly X-ray vision through the smoke because of the fact he's playing Glaz. D7 already forced back onto the site, knows the Glaz is sitting inside a prep, finds a shot across in towards that prep door, dropping down Leighton through the wall. The problem is he's still being flanked, and Creed's well aware of his position on K3. It is indeed a clean finish for Viperio, and clinical for them as they walk in. Big ups to the Glaz of all operators here on the bottom floor to take it for Viperio and bring up their first round.
Didn't look too well at the beginning of the round when Shed went in with the Montani, but then quickly being taken out by Critical. On the other hand, it was Adrian with the Glaz, as you already mentioned, taking out the 2 players. And then from the side, it was a really good take. On the other hand, you had 4 players dedicated to take small Bakery, and then just send your strongest player in who just nearly clutched a 1v5 from the back to create even more chaos. And that's what Creed did, and Creed succeeded. He found one, and then at the end he finds the second one, closing the round up for his team. If you cannot work with Creed in the front, just put him in the back. We've seen it. He was the Nook, he was ready to do some damage, he was the Sledge, and then this time also, he just walks in. And this is why I like to call him, or give him the term German highway. I don't know, I think you do know there is like...
The
no
Autobahn?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
There's no speed limit, and that's Creed. Because this man has no speed limit. He'll just walk in, eventually kill 3 people, and bring his team to the victory.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed with myself that I understood that reference. I was like, German highway, where the heck did that come from? No, it makes a lot more sense. I'm a fan. I like it. I also didn't realize our observer's taking full advantage of free cam and the way that the new observing mechanics work. I didn't know that you could turn off the overlay while in free cam. That is super cool. At least I didn't know you could turn it off while in the game itself. I knew you could do it in a replay, but hey, cool nonetheless. So shout out our observer. That's Max, aka OGON, Ogon. I don't want to mispronounce it, but you know, he's cool. He's been working here a while. He worked elsewhere with European leagues as well. Creed's also, he without speed limit finally put on the brakes up red stairs, patiently waiting, and in doing so, Froxy is actually disengaged. That's a lot of ground now taken by this Nook, and virtually unrealized, notably enough, Adrian will be able to open things up over towards red and give a decent bit of space to Viperio. We're seeing something different from Viperio. Not only vertical pressure coming from up above, as we saw back in round number 1, but they're also following it up elsewhere with Creeds, which we kind of saw on the Nook, just with a little less support from up above at the same time.
But as we can see, Froxy taking out Shed, now making it a 5v4 man advantage for Blue Jays, as Pirate also takes out Creeds, the man himself.
What?
Froxy finding out Macy, making it a 4-2 as Adrian finds Froxy. Everything just falling apart. Now Adrian finding another one on Critical as he jumped down the Sky Hedge. But now Adrian being injured, Leighton in a 1v3 situation. At the end, it's Toby finding the final kill here. What just happened?
So Viperio decided to become German highways themselves, and everyone just pressed their W key. For some reason, I saw a drop down the skylight hatch. I know there was a castle playing with the Super Shorty, because it's kind of nuts nowadays, and when you have a black ice skin on it, it just doubles in efficacy. He finds the final kill on the rappel into the window. I love the play call from Viperio. It's the note of perseverance. If at first you don't succeed, try again. If at first you don't win a gunfight, just send everybody in 1v1. That is totally going to work at some point, right?
Spoiler alert, it's not.
Well, you see, it could potentially work. We had Adrian out twice, randomly just jump into a window, jump down a skylight hatch. Getting 2 kills, fortunately being injured by the Super Shotty. With the Black Eyes, we gotta mention that. That's a very valuable point right there. everything just went down, and I'm very confused because Viperio does have very quick strats, but also very setup heavy strats, and I'm very surprised to see this side from them. And Blue Jays, not gonna say anything about that because Toby, it's been taken out by Shed now, giving themselves now the first time the upper hand and man advantage for the side of Viperio. And Creed's still on the nook, trying to lurk around, creek around, and maybe find himself a kill before being taken out by Toby. Now Toby is the first one out.
And Shed finds their first kill in the game. The one of two players that was on 0 kills moving into this. May see the other one playing on the Iana of all operators. I want to get your take on this, because I've seen this a lot. You have players that will have lower than usual showings, so they'll go 0-4, 0-5, but still play fragging operators. Would you like to see them switch to more support operators, or would you like to see them rather stay on their main role and try and stick with it and stick it through?
That's actually a very good question. I did not expect you to catch me off guard with that question. C4 coming out, D7 finding Macy on the other side, Adrian finding Froxy, making it to a 3-3 split now. With 1 minute 40 left on the clock, there's still time to do. And honestly, to your question, if I would have a person performing very badly first few rounds, switch it up for the next 3, maybe bring them more in a supportive role, then on the attacking role. Doesn't really have to mean that they cannot perform as a, for example, hard breacher. They can definitely show off, but maybe they need the few rounds back in order to actually regain their mentality, because if you keep on dying as a first person, if you keep having all 5s or not getting the kill, it gets to you, and you need that confidence in order to win. Especially when you're competitive, you need to be confident with your shots.
Pyrod setting up a bait on this top floor. Adrian is still down for the time being, but Pyrod, seemingly aware of it, is trying to bait Creeds into the fight. Adrian is picked up, but both players now somewhat low HP on the top floor. And that's something to worry about. Shed has opened up a prone hole into the site, or a crouchable vault, if he can get through. But the problem with that, it's being held from the far side. 1 white stairs, 1 still waiting at the bottom of white stairs, the shotgun. And Adrian still trying to take this top floor. Creeds is there for support. Do they still know that Pyrod is patiently waiting for them over towards white? That flash will do very little, and Pyrod with the swing will actually find 2 kills off the back of it. It's Shed left in a 1 versus 3, and D7 will quickly take him out. I was talking about the concern with the prone hole. This is one of the 3 reasons I was concerned. The MPX, it's death by 1,000 paper cuts, but a death nonetheless, as the Blue Jays will lock in yet another.
Making it a 4-1 now for Blue Jays. They can definitely make this a 5-1 and then switch for them. That will definitely benefit Blue Jays very well. But we're going to be now on kitchen and service. And that scares me because they've lost once down there. They went back up because they couldn't win it. And as already mentioned, kitchen is one of the sides with a low win rate for the defenders, because you have the freezer breach, you have the red breach, you have the bakery breach. 3 breaches which are essential for your side to be closed in order to win that round. If you lose the bakery breach, the enemies could just potentially walk in and plant. If you lose the freezer breach and then the person on bunkers dies, enemies could simply just walk in and plant. All of that, already the worst occasion that you could think of, making it also the entire side being vertical. You can open up everything, every little corner on that side from above, and it just makes it a very tough side to hold, especially as a defenders. But very interesting operator to see from Blue Jays is Caveira.
I like this. I gotta say, I like this. I was gonna bring it up because of how different it is from Blue Jays' normal playstyle. Very rarely have you seen them try to set up flanks, long angles, long rotates, really anything that is not directly on or around the site, if not just vertical pressure. And if you could play this later in the round, you're in a great position. D7 prepping a lineup C4 through the window. Watch out for this to go through. Shed, maybe not aware of it, takes a decent bit of damage, but because he's playing the Montaigne, will still be more than okay with that. Just a little more susceptible to shots around the shield in the later stages of this round. The Cav making a significant amount of noise on the top floor. There are a few operators that are played often that also wield the Spaz 12, so maybe keep an eye on the fact that the Viperio squad could be aware of the Caviera being brought. And notably enough, Viperio also bringing the Glaz once more. They want to try and stick with that same strat where they just jump in, play around their smokes, and if Adrian gets swung, it may very well work.
But as we can see, the Beeper already going out, and he does not
Cav.
care, but now being injured by the Cav, but it doesn't look that he can go for the interrogation. Froxy finding Adrian now as a final kill. Macy being injured. Shed now in a 1v1 with Froxy here. Can Macy be picked up again, brought back to life? Froxy taking a lot of damage, but as we can see, no one's really defending top side. If this breach goes down, this could be quite crucial. Shed taking another impact, second impact, and a C4 gone for the side of Blue Jays. EMP nade out, first we breach coming in now. And that's what I mean, now we have Froxy upstairs. If he dies, they could potentially just walk in. D7 is on a very low HP. If he gets drowned out, then he is in a death spot now being seen.
So
Monty is there with the shield, but it's not gonna be him because Macy is there ready. He can fight for a shot, but not hitting them. Macy finding D7 now, making it a 3-4, but Caveira still being up there. Froxy waiting for his prey patiently and quietly.
This may very well work. If the Montaigne decides to vault in, it's Froxy from above who can easily find the kill, but he doesn't know that he instead decides to go through that prep door, and he'll decide to turtle and try and get that default plant down. Does the Cav have the angle? That's the real question. He seems to have the shot, and he does indeed. Shed being such low HP because of the impact grenades from before, ends up costing him his life. And Froxy now trying to go down the red stairs. Creed's on full HP. Froxy wants to take the issue, and he'll win the first fight. He now disengages. 20 seconds left, the diffuser no longer on the floor. Macy already finding his first 2 kills of the game, but he's created a way now into the site, and the problem is he's exited just to pick up his teammate. Froxy seemingly aware of it, still has the silent step, still has time on his side. It's down to where Macy decides to go on the site. Does he know that the rotation has come through from Froxy? Does Creeds know that the rotation now coming through to try and deny the defuse plant? He has absolutely no idea. The Caviera unsuspectingly ends up the MVP to give Blue Jays their 5th. A swing for 2 with the pistol in hand. And it's 5-1 at the halftime whistle.
If you guys could see my face right now, I am speechless. I am.
Cav 4K.
That was a Caveira 4K, and honestly, I do not believe that he could have done this with any other operator because the first 2 kills were in very close range. So the Caveira has obviously her pistol, the buff damage, the being injured, and then both of them being on roughly 20 HP. It was a death sentence already for both. Unfortunately, Creed missing his shots and not making Caveira a death sentence because it was the other way around. I'm speechless. What looked like a troll pick was actually one of the most genius picks they could have done in that entire round.
I'm looking back at the replay really quick. The only kill that was not picked up directly by the Cav themselves was Pyrod on the Jaeger killing Leighton on the Ace. Every other kill went the Cavs' way, from the Glaz inside a small bakery, the Montaigne from up above, to the double swing to close out the round. That is a nuts finish for Blue Jays on their defensive side, and a big momentum boost on a clutch situation like that. You're looking at the Cav and being like, oh yeah, I'll do a late flank. There's not a whole lot that I'll have to worry about while you all are taking fights. I'll just flank, and they'll be too worried about you to think about the very quiet Brazilian on their flank. And then you end up being the main aspect of the round. Not very often can you say that for a Caviera, so, you know, big ups again to a very clutch Froxy. I gotta say, finding 4 kills is not something I had on my bingo card for a Cav closet pick.
Well, but it looks like we're gonna have to adapt to it and bring more Caveira bingo clubs to it. Nonetheless, it is 5-1 now for Blue Jays Talons, which means now they have the upper hand, moving now to the attacking side. Vampire is now moving to the defending side. As we can see, first view, Ace Shiders going in, bathrooms being breached, and Vampire is slowly but steady retreating back into the safety spots. Nonetheless, it's not looking too good. It's Toby finding Aiden with an amazing shot from Piano directly into Bar, putting Blue Jays now on the upper hand. But I'm afraid because Blue Jays, they only need 1 more single win to be on match point, and this could be over very soon. A match which we thought could be one of the best one yet of the day, which could be one of the MVP matches, turning out right now to be very one-sided. D7 finding Creed now out of the game, making it a 4v3 as Shed finds Proxy. And slowly but steady, Viperio may find himself back here, maybe bring some bodies back into their advantage as they still have a C4 and time on their side.
Notably enough, they retake bathroom control. That was a big aspect of this defensive setup, having that white hall and bathroom control, because they could be flanked, they could be walked in on straight through that freezer side, and Macy would no longer be safe. But now it has to be a very two-dimensional rather than three-dimensional take, maybe down the white hallway or in through Cigar itself, and they still now have to recover the diffuser as well. This is something we've seen from Viperio, where they just patiently wait. It was on the attacking side. Now a little bit more they have to on the defense. Macy, again, still patiently waiting inside of the freezer. Nobody giving anything away on either side thus far, but now just barely with a lion make it across, only to die once more. Shed has a nasty angle still from that long side of Cocktail and finds a 3K off the back of it. Pyrod is out of nades, and at this point, the Dokebi has to go in. Pyrod holding that long angle, just waiting to try and cut off the Aruni should they rotate, and he's successful in doing so. But in the meantime, D7 still has to find a follow-up, and there's Pyrod from the far side. Pinch maneuver now fully activated, and both players pushing from the exact same angle. Pyrod needs a third, and it's a game of hide-and-go-seek as they try and play tag. It's Leighton to double back with the MP5K, find a 2K in the 1v2, and keep Viperio out of match point scenarios for at least one more round.
Putting us in a 5-2 split. Now Viperio finding the first round on their defense after a rough 5-3 scenario, back to a 3-3 scenario with two amazing kills coming in from the side of Shed, and then being pushed and pinched down by Pirates and his last man standing, bringing it back to a 2v1 and then still winning the round because you played a little bit of a tag game, you run around the mirror window, you gave the enemy a bit of a, how should I say, treat. I think they could win this, but now let's turn it around and killing them at the end, putting Viperio now on another win for themselves. But that means now they're gonna have to go a different side. Top floor can't be played for another 3 rounds now, and they chose to go freezer, kitchen, and dining. As already talked, this side has the lowest win rate currently of the top 3 sides, which is top floor, reading, dining, and now freezer, kitchen. Lowest win rate because so many breaches that can be open, so many attack things that can be open, and so less retakeability. If you do lose it, you're gonna have to rely on C4s, on your gun shots, on your 1v1s in order to retake that. But talking about Cafe, we said this at the beginning of the match. I want to see Valkyrie, you want to see Valkyrie because she's American. I want to see Valkyrie because I love her. And we're definitely going to see that from the side of Viperio. We've also seen a few from Blue Jays, but it's Creed. My man himself, who I've been hyping a bit more because I've seen quite a lot from this guy. I've seen him hitting the 20k bomb, I've seen him not hit the 20k bomb, and now he's on the Valkyrie. It does put a little smile on my face, I gotta be honest here.
One thing on the negative side, just so we don't look like we're boosting up Creeds while he's not doing a whole lot. Since we brought up Creeds finding that 4K, he was 6-2 at the time. Since then, he has gone 1-4. So not the greatest finish to the previous half, nor the greatest start to this one in the 0-1 scenario that he's currently in. But still a good showing to start off the first half, and some impactful kills to say the very least, but ended up being all for naught in that 1v4 scenario, all the way back in, I believe, round number 2, round number 3, whatever it was. But Blue Jays still playing about as normal as you'd expect on this attacking side. And importantly enough, they're running the open floor plan and the open wall plan and basically the open everything plan. Running Ram, running Buck, running Flores, seemingly every bit of soft breach that you can find, including a secondary shotgun for the Jackal, is indeed there for this attack. And notably enough, Viperio have some odd reinforcements. Notably, over towards the white stairs, they have the second wall of freezer unreinforced. So, any of those 3 operators I just brought could really take that out and give an easy way in for the Blue Jays should they take advantage of that way through.
Definitely, but as we can see here from the side of Viperio, they want to play this more openly on the first floor with having smoke in VIP and Adrian here on Whiskey, making it a hard time to take that as you have the Warden protected from flash and you have the smoke who can play shotgun on that close hallway over there. First few close drones coming in, but it's not going to be enough as you cannot really breach that Whiskey bar. But talking about it, 25 seconds roughly left on the clock. As we speak, we're hitting that mark. First few flashes coming in, but as we talked, it's Warden. He doesn't need to worry about the 20 seconds left. Blue Jays right now not looking too good. Toby and D7 finding a kill, but Shed Adrian as well on the refrags on a 3-2 scenario now as Pirate finds Adrian, but with a refrag coming in from Shed. Now 2-2, but 7 seconds left. Macy finds critical. Last man standing, Shed finds D7. Another round for Viperio, and it's not gonna go to match point yet as they have something to say about it.
Yeah, the Blue Jays not having as much redundancy as we're used to from them. They had the freezer hatch open, sure, but they didn't drop 2 players through it. I was talking about the secondary shotgun for the Jackal. Ironically, of the 3 or 4 players I brought up, the Jackal was the one that tried to open up freezer and inevitably just walked into a trap. Patiently waiting in the backside of kitchen service was indeed that Aruni, finding 1 on the Jackal as he did, a second as the second player dropped through the freezer hatch. And in the end, now it seems like this side can move more towards Reading and Fireplace as their tertiary bomb site. Viperio having just as good of a time on the defense as we saw from Blue Jays as they kicked off. The question now remains, will it be a similar scenario where that third bomb site in the rotation was the way of the attack as we saw in that first half?
A lot of things that could happen here from the side of Viperio. On the other hand, Blue Jays, as you mentioned, not having a good time right now. They were super strong at the beginning. Yes, it was the defense. Now it's the attack, and they're gonna have to perform on the attacking side. So is now Viperio gonna perform on the defending side? It's definitely benefiting them right now way more than Blue Jays. As right now, Blue Jays, they're gonna have to fight with a bit of a mental gameplay, knowing they need only 1 win to secure them at least 1 point of being on match point. Because if Viperio would go to overtime, they would have 1 point. Talking about it, Shed finds Frosty. Critical finds Shed. Leighton then jumps out again, finding critical, making it a 3-4 scenario. Beautiful bait, as you already said, man, coming in from the side of Viperio. But that's Lion out of the way, and that's Ace out of the way. And it's not putting Blue Jays in a good spot. Yes, you still have the 2 top fragging player in your team. Pirate with 13 kills right now, and D7 with 10 on the board. But you have the Ace gone, and you have the Lion gone. 2 essential players, which are very important late in the round when you need to go for that plant, when you need to go for the opening walls, when you need to do a push on execute.
That's a surprising setup for Viperio. Blue Jays just not expecting it. And because of it, they lose a big aspect of this attack now. They're losing that ace. They're looking to now set up a hot drop through red, with the pivotal part of that being the Mark 14 to get in. It seems like just an overt level of aggression here from the attacking side. Do they know about Creed sitting inside of mining, and do they know about the bottom floor pressure? They do. They've basically cleared 1 of the 2 sites, but do they still know about the Valkyrie? That's the real question. Valkyrie tries to bring out the C4. Do they know about the second player sitting and patiently waiting and meeting? Yes, they do. Creeds finds a double, and in the end, it is still a full completion of the rotation of sites for Viperio. They complete all 3 in nearly perfect fashion, and Blue Jays, their lead cut down to 1.
Putting Viperio on actually really good spot to actually maybe be the first team here with a match point. Bringing it back from a 5-1 to a 5-4 scenario is more benefiting now Viperio, as they have the momentum. They've won 3 rounds in a row. They're already in the heads of Blue Jays, knowing, hey, Blue Jays needed 1 win to be on match points. They still haven't gotten it. Maybe they're not being a bit frustrated or getting into their heads. And Viperia's just like, listen, we're on the highway right now. Didn't work out on the attack. We're now here in the defense. German Autobahn, as you like to say it, I like to call it. They're ready, and they're steady, and they're doing it round by round, getting these rounds, putting themselves into a better position. But Creed find himself 2 more kills in the last round. But we gotta pay some respect for the side of Blue Jays here. Having Pirate, and I believe it was exactly D7 on each double digits, it's a bit tough. Knowing that Pirate in D7, they're two key essential players of having the top fragging, being the top fraggers in the team. Froxy also good with 6 kills, same as Toby, and then Critical slacking a lot behind with only 2 kills. From the side of Vapiria, it's more spread it out. We have Creed on 8 kills, we have Adrian and Shed on 8, and then we have Macy on 3, Leighton on 5. Mason is also a bit lacking behind, having a hard time maybe arriving to the map. Maybe he missed the WhatsApp memo, didn't get the message. We're playing against Blue Jays here. Nonetheless, we're gonna see more rounds, and I don't think that this is gonna be over as soon as one team reaches match point. I believe this is gonna go to overtime, and it's gonna be a long match, and this is what I'm hoping for.
I think the only way this doesn't go to OT is if Viperia are the ones that go into match point first. If they're able to go back to reading and fireplace while up one round, I don't know if Blue Jays are able to shut them down. They haven't had any answers for this defensive side. Only one round has been notably close, and even then it wasn't too much of a concern. Odd bug there with the black mirror, as you can see inside of the bathroom to look across onto the site. Something to worry about maybe a little bit later for our vision rather than the players. But Blue Jays still trying to set up something similar. Hot drop into red. Critical trying to make sure he clears out Cigar Shop with that V308. But at this point, Viperia are just not giving him the time of day. He'll swing, take a shot from the Mark 14, almost take a second. He's very lucky to be alive. That thing does 60 damage a shot. And now he just runs across just to be in the same line of sight of that TCSG. He has to be very careful because he's basically between a rock, a hard place, and 2 extremely deadly weapons.
But beautiful K trick coming in with 2 HS being light. Later finding Froxy out now, making it a 3-5. But D7 has something to say against it. Adrian out of the game now, making it a 3-4 standing now. Toby being now on Pixel. Macy still being in bathroom with a beautiful K trick, keeping himself alive here. But as I like to say, time is ticking for Blue Jays. Creed finds D7 now, the second top fragging player from Blue Jays is out now as well, leaving Critical and Toby both was having a hard time to actually come to the map to clutch this up, but Critical now being injured, it's all down to Toby, making it a 1v4 scenario. He can find the first on Leighton. Maybe he can pick up his team and make this a 2-3. Yes, he can. But
Diffuser's
the
outside.
time is ticking. Diffuser's outside, as you mentioned. Can he find the next few kills in order to have this round? Shed finding Critical, Macy finding Toby, which means we're on a tie 5-5 split now.
Brief reminder, by the way, this game started off 5-1 in this first half of play. Blue Jays had nearly a flawless double rotation. The only site they lost was Kitchen Service that first time around. And after that, they were about as clean as you can like, other than, again, that second round where they decided to give 4 separate 1v1s in a 1v4. Luckily, it ended up still going their way just narrowly, but it was a round victory nonetheless. Since then, Viperia haven't really had all that many concerns. That round, more importantly, 10 seconds left, some oversights from Blue Jays as a squad to where they just leave the diffuser on that mining balcony for some reason. They then leave it till 15 seconds left to realize the diffuser was outside. We were looking in from the Ashes point of view. They looked outside, were like, oh, I kind of need that. It's time to go get kills. And then as soon as they try to do so, they just walk into a bunch of crossfires. It wasn't a great round, all things considered, for Blue Jays. And now with Viperia winning the rotation all the way through, in order, top, bottom, and middle floors, now looking at a follow-up on the bottom floor of Kitchen Service and Kitchen Prep, I'm a little concerned for the Blue Jays. It's more than likely that they will now be facing match point first, even though, again, they had a 4-round lead at halftime.
And it does come down to the mentality here. Yes, we can look at the stats. We can see all the rounds and maybe a lot of mistakes that happened for maybe both teams, especially Viperia when they were attacking, but now Blue Jays when they're attacking. Of course, mistakes must happen. If you lose a round, there's something that you can improve on. But nonetheless, the mentality is a key point here. You can't lose your mentality. Yes, you've just lost 3 rounds in a row. You've just lost 4 rounds in a row with this last round now, making it a 5-5 tie now. It's not the ideal spot where you want to be after having a 5-1 lead, but it's not the place and time where you should get negative. when you had
my
the
job.
lead. Well, not your job. Yes, we're here. Yes, to cast this and be positive about the teams. Mentality can always go both ways. You can have your IGL bring the team up again with a little pep talk, but if the IGL doesn't do that, the team mentality might drag down and it can come worse. And if you don't have the confidence in your shots, you're not gonna have the confidence to win this round. At the end of the day, it is a shooter. It is a one-shot headshot game. If you have a 1v1, you gotta be able to win it no matter what the situation is. If you have 5 HP, 1 HP, this is the key factor about Rainbow Six Siege. It's a one-shot headshot game. Nobody cares if you're 1 HP, if you're 5 HP. If you hit the head first, you got an advantage. You got the kill. If you trade, that's totally fine. But if you have the man advantage, you cannot let it bring it down to an even score number like BLUEJAY did a few rounds, and especially like Viperio did a few rounds.
It's been close, a few rounds over, but it looks like we are going to get right back into the game. Few tech issues on the BLUEJAYS side, making sure that they all have functional PCs and functional game executable files before we get back into our final 2 rounds of regulation, maybe even the final 2 rounds of the game, depending on whether OT is indeed going to be on the cards. The attacking side has just looked out to lunch, basically, for the entirety of this one. I know it's lunchtime for me. Maybe they went out to an early dinner and forgot to return on that side of the Atlantic. But, I mean, we've played 10 rounds, and of those 10 rounds, the attack has won just a single round. That is a 90% defensive win rate on Cafe of all maps, where it is not absurd for the attacking side to then have a lead at halftime. That is as wild as this game has been.
Well, it's not only lunchtime for you, but it's also dinner time for us here in Europe. And maybe that's what the players need, maybe a little snack here in the kitchen, as we can see preparing some meals, preparing some sides here from the side of Viperio. Maybe they're doing some delicious meal here.Maybe they're cooking some, I don't know, steaks, perhaps? Or I got to use a steak. Or a burger, but had yesterday burger. Ooh, delicious. Nonetheless, let's get back into the game. Being here in Kitchen and Bakery with beautiful muffins here displaced in the bakery counter. As you guys can see, we're both hungry, and I think so are the teams. But Creed is here ready for a potential C4. Kill C4 coming out, and he gets critical out of the game, which means man advantage for Viperio in the first 30 seconds of the round.
Valkyrie will be identified a few times over for the next 15 seconds or so because of how soon they were at the top of red stairs, but really good timing to drop down critical. A lot of times you'll see that with either a sledge or a buck, where you just eat a C4 after the hatch opens. You also have to choose your direction properly, but around timing you can guess correctly with some educated guesses, and it works out there. You are still going to see some soft breach potential. I was talking about Pyrod a few rounds ago having that secondary shotgun on Jackal. That is still the case. Froxy also running the Ram, and you have breaching charges on Toby. So there is still availabilities to open up this vertical pressure, but just not the same as it was with the shotgun from rounds prior. Toby also running the IQ here, something we haven't seen all that much from either team. Notably, we saw it in round 2 from Viperio when it was the attempted 1v4 from Creeds for the ace clutch, but it was just attempted, not successful, unfortunately.
But if you know that your enemies are playing Valkyrie, you gotta bring the IQ. Yes, you can still deal with the camps, with just looking for them and just having an eye out, but having an IQ definitely brings more benefit, and it's just a lot easier to do with the camp. But as we can see, some work is being done here by Ram, just opening up everything and every single bit this little operator, this little tank can find, let's call it like that. But as I like to say, time is ticking again. With only 55 seconds left on the clock, BLUEJAYS doesn't have a lot of time anymore. As you can see, drones are prepared for the swing here into Bakery. Last time they did the exact same thing, open up the floor, tried to go for a freezer take, didn't really work out. And this time it looks like they're gonna go for more a Bakery red take. We have Pirate here on red stairs, ready to take a fight, do some damage. We have some people prepared to go into Bakery, and it's all about to go down in the next few seconds.
I like the smoke. They smoke off Coat. There may very well be a Warden there. It has happened in prior rounds, but it doesn't look like it. And that Warden actually being dropped from up above. D7, an important frag, but Shed still not being cleared out of Bakery. And they have some support coming through from the other side of it as well. Creed's re-swinging from Coat. The last player outside of the site here for the defensive side finds a timing shot of the Froxy inside of the small bake door. And D7 in a 1v3 has to walk in, will only do so to their own demise. The Mark 14 from Shed cleans up the round from multiple positions, importantly from just inside of Kitchen Prep. The Dokebi quickly taken care of, and Viperia will make the 4-round comeback from 5-1 down at the half, and surprisingly enough, and against many odds, be the first team on to match point.
See, this is one thing I really like about Viperia. Let's look at all these cats. They're all synchronized, all having the same background picture, and maybe that's the key what they need in order to bring this back. Looking at these cats each time they pick an operator. Nonetheless, as you already said, Viperia now on the match point after being 1-5 down to Blue Jays. Now it's put us in a really tight spot. Also to the viewers who are watching, I'm also gonna be a bit rude here and ask you, who do you think is gonna win? Do you think Viperia is gonna close this,
Nope,
make
easy.
this a 7-5?
Nope.
You said it.
I said this 2 rounds ago.
You did.
I think that overtime is likely only if Blue Jays make it to match point before Viperio get to go back to Fireplace and Reading. A lot of the times that you say, oh yeah, Fireplace and Reading isn't a team's normal good site, it isn't a good site for them, they chose it third, they may not be as confident. They had a very good defensive setup on this site the last time we saw it. The only reason the round was as close as it was is because the Blue Jays found a tiny gap that probably will not be replicated here. I think Viperio win this, not only 7-5 here in regulation, but I don't think that Blue Jays find any more than 1 or 2 kills. Because Viperio just looked so confident last time. I don't see a replicated attempt at that real niche glitch that they tried last time.
See, and I love that confidence. But back into the round, right into the Twitch chat, to the viewers who are watching, to the people who are supporting the teams, hashtag overtime, hashtag game, and which one do you believe is gonna happen here? I'm gonna say, honestly, I actually expect here this to go overtime. I do believe here in BLUEJAYS-Sports that they can win this round back after losing a few rounds. I do believe they understood what they need to do in order to win this round back. It's never an end until the game has ended. So nonetheless, they can bring this back, get this round, make the 6-6, but it can also go in your way and say Viperio clutch this round and make this a 7-5. I think time will tell, and only the teams can show us what's actually about to happen.
Should may get pushed off of this. It doesn't look like that EMP will play all that much of a factor. It does open up one set. Impact Trick does work on one. Second one successful as well, so no crouchable holes through, and the EMP will reactivate. Shed's still patiently waiting for this, but a nade now being prepped. Will that go all the way through? No, it misses just barely, and I don't know if there's magnets on the other side of that wall. This could be a big problem for Viperio. If they lose that side of the top floor control, they could be cleared out past that, but Critical gets downed behind the couch. And the Mira still being alive can play behind the Black Mirror only to fall just the same to Pyrod. I may have been wrong. 2 kills already found here for Blue Jays in a 5v3, and they have all the advantages in the world. Viperio having to condense onto the site, they're having to fall back as far as much teams will have to on this site, period. And Blue Jays still have that vertical pressure they can set in with information.
But as we can see here, Viperia, they had to fall back, as you already mentioned. Creed's Leighton both tried to do a little C4 double kill there on the injured person on Critical, but they didn't find the kill. Pirate coming in with 2 amazing kills, honestly getting these rounds towards their side. But 20 seconds left roughly on the clock, meaning this game is not over yet. Viperia could definitely turn this around, get the next few kills done, because it is executing time. Toby finding Leighton out of the game, making it a 5-2 scenario. Now finding another one on Macy, leaving Creed in a 1v5 again. But no, D7 is gonna clutch this, and that means we're going overtime, baby.
OT is indeed on the cards, and Blue Jays a flawless closeout of this reading and fireplace site. They make the improvements that they needed, and most importantly, the adjustments. The operators they kept were fairly similar, all things considered, between that round and round 9, the last time we saw fireplace and reading. But importantly enough, they just changed how they attacked it. They sent more players together at the same time. And that level of redundancy that we really hadn't seen in rounds prior improved their overall early round so that they could have a possible late round with an advantage. And finally, the Blue Jays actually had a man advantage past the minute 30 mark. I felt like hell had frozen over.
See, I was afraid when the round started. We saw Blue Jays struggle a bit to get that breach open because of the impact. Question is, Shed should have retreated back. He should have run back. He should have not stayed into that place. A lot of question can be brought up from the side from Viperio, why he stood there and why he didn't fall back. Things can be improved, but Viperio, they took a hard loss on that run because they could have clutched it. But we're gonna see now Bakery and Kitchen again, where they're gonna be cooking something for us. And I think Blue Jays did cook something for us last round, and it did show us that they're not ready to leave yet. And I'm ready to stay to cast a few more rounds.
I'm excited the fact that we're headed to OT. Importantly enough, Blue Jays have made some adjustments. Attacker repick always being an important aspect of some attackers' decision-making. And Montaigne was hovered for a few seconds, but not inevitably selected permanently. So it does seem like Blue Jays are going back to what has not worked, importantly enough. They're bringing back the Ram, they're bringing back the Buck. However, the Buck will survive opening up the red hatch and will not be C4'd this time around. So already some improvements found for Blue Jays' attack. The question is, how much do they clear? I believe the Legion was just seen, but I don't know if Froxy has noted it. I was looking for the Legion because I have the X-ray vision, but they don't know. Oh my goodness, the Legion has been seen but has gone undroned, only to still fall away even without being cleared. That was so anticlimactic.
So you see first few walls are being opened and floors in order to secure that spot. We've seen it from Blue Jays. They're always trying to take top floor, always open up the floor. Believe them to make Viperio a bit scared. Move them into place, move them out of the side. Creed finding now D7 out of the game, one of the top fragging players from Blue Jays. And Creed's one of the top fragging players from Viperio. As we can see, Aiden still here defending Fireplace, but it looks like he's gonna have to retreat as Blue Jays is slowly but steady taking top floor. But Aiden and Creed are doing a very good job here in wasting time from Blue Jays. As 1 minute 20, C4 already coming out, but they don't have much time. They need the rest of the time to execute, to set up on side, get the vertical play going, and with 1 minute, that's gonna be a tough time. As we can see, Viperio is not ready to go down. They're still ready to stay here and deal some damage towards Blue Jays.
Oh, they don't know. Oh, they just saw the smoke, though. Toby just saw it and should note it. He finds one. Shed tries to jump back into the train, though, is unsuccessful in doing so. The time's still favoring the Viperio defense, but finally, this first floor control being reinforced means that they can start to build that pressure down to the first floor. And, notably enough, Viperio are no longer comfortable on or directly around the site. Critical trying to create that long angle all the way back to the far side of kitchen cooking if he can find it. Pyrod, in the meantime, will look to go down the whiskey stairs, and with 20 seconds left, it finally seems like Blue Jays are opening up their options, but they still have to drop in towards the site. Do they know about the shotgun close range? Dropping in towards that goo mine close is the Buck. They still have to swing, though, and they look to do so with the skeleton key, but re-swing on the other side. Leighton is shut down. The far side of the site now taken, but both players still alive on the outside of the double door, and they have to swing, and will do so in quick succession. One kill now found, but the time requiring Froxy to hop on the diffuser. He'll die to the Deagle, and it is indeed Viperio to go right back on to match point.
Here we are on a 6-7 again for Viperio, and I'm speechless. It looked so heavily for Viperio, and then everything just shifted and turned, and it looked like Blue Jay is gonna take that round secured into their bag, but it didn't work out. They had to deal with the shotgun, they had to deal with the Legion, and then they had to deal with Creeds at the end of the day, who was still alive. But now Viperio is on the attack, and we've seen them struggle a bit. Yes, Blue Jays have gotten one round, same amount of rounds as Viperia has gotten on their attacks, so it's equal now given to the defense and the attacks, and now Viperia have to close this with an attack round. They have won last time. They've played this, Blue Jays won last time. They've played this top side. And as we can see, they're ready to defend this again. But they don't care about Meta Operator. I haven't really seen them pick Meta Operator. They have Mute, yes. Mute is always viable operator. They have Jaeger, yes, always viable. But they have Doc. They have the almighty health instructor Doc, and they have Toby on Mai and D7 on a Castle. Not really Meta Operator, not really a Valkyrie and a Zami, which is banned. A Fenrir could also be super valuable here, as we see Viperia did pick quite a lot of Valkyrie, did pick quite a lot of Fenrir, but Blue Jays just decides otherwise. They just want to stick to the old good operators. They don't really care about the new ones.
I was a little surprised to not see Blue Jays pick up that Fenrir into this round, I think more specifically. Viperio took massive advantages because of the Fenrir on their defensive side, which is a main pivoting part on their 5-1 half scoreline. Pyrod setting up a peek outside of the white window towards the balcony. I don't know if this has been detected. It hasn't. Macy will fall. They will finish 4-11 should this game end here. And the Ayana of all operators not having the greatest of finishes, but Creeds walks in towards Hell and is able to find Froxy set up on B1 inside of the site. The information gathering near perfect for this attacking side, and it works. Now being able to relay those Bs, it seems like Viperio could start to go in now if they want to, but D7, even well detected, finds a kill into Leighton and is able to back away with his life.
But as we can see, somebody already going into having critical, taking a lot of damage here from a nade from below. First few pings coming in, but no. Critical, very long angle with the SMG-11. Might turn into a sniper if that keeps going. We've already seen today quite a few shots with SMG-11s, which have not been close range, but more sniper range. Let's call it like that. As we can see, first few attempts coming out, but looks like he did miss that castle barricade. Creed and Aiden now in a 2v4 spot, and it's still close. He did miss that single nade he had left in his pocket, which means they have to walk up white stairs. They're forced now to do the white stairs walk up, or they'll just go and punch out the castle barricade, which is not ideal because there's still a mute waiting with beautiful C4 to get that kill, which is going to be critical. And if he gets that, that's going to put him on 6 kills.
He's going to repel. He decided to go out. He's going to try and repel into Cigar. I like this decision. At least add some extra layer without the mute having the telegraphed call. Creeds will be able to repel in on 18 kills, by the way. As soon as I brought up him not performing, he decided to just pop off these last few, and he's finally set up. He walks in. I don't think the one might hurt him, but he still swings in for the fight and loses to the MP5K. Adrian needs a 1v4 with 20 seconds and the diffuser. There's only a C4 left over in terms of available and actionable utility for the defensive side, but it's not even required. You were talking about one-shot headshot. Talk about a one-shot Mossberg from 5 meters. That's the round. We're headed to all 15 here in our third match of the day.
Write it into the chat, ladies and gentlemen, whoever is watching right now. Which team do you support? It's 7-7 and couldn't be tighter. And as we can see, first timeout coming out from the side of Blue Jays. And as we can look at the score right now, we have Pirate being the top fragger for Blue Jays with 16 kills and 8 deaths. And on the other side, we have Creed with 18. We've already seen Creed drop quite a few 20 bombs, and I'm afraid if he does get the next 2 kills in the next round, we could see a potential 20 bomb from Creed again. But Pirate could come in with a 4K and also be here the one with the first 4K. Nonetheless, write it into the chat. Which team do you think is going to win this? Is it going to be Blue Jays main team, or do you think it's going to be Viperian? Support your teams in the chat, and I'm going to ask you now as well, which team do you believe is going to win this?
I said last time that I think Viperia is going to take it by a country mile, and I was wrong. So normally I would switch my decision, but I'm going to stick with it. I think Viperia have this for the sole reason that they now have access to the top floor again. When they won Kitchen, they didn't have to go back to Fireplace Reading. I thought they had a much better setup on Fireplace Reading than round 12 actually entailed, but it just didn't work for them. maybe some improvements here. It does seem like this setup has worked for them in rounds prior. This was one that I was really surprised had as much good fortunes as it did back, I believe, in round 7 or 8, whichever one it was. In the end, it was still a Viperio round win, and they are once more running the Aruni on Leighton. I gotta say, I'm scared for Blue Jays if they don't set up good utility from below. I'd like to see like 3 sets of nades here.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, I'm gonna lean towards Viperio here as they are the defending team, and we saw quite a lot of attacks strats from both teams, and they are struggling. Yes, we saw Blue Jays getting that important round. Both teams are now on each 1 point now. We're just fighting for the second point here, as it's going to be an overtime win. Again, I'm leaning towards Viperio because they're a defending team, but Blue Jays, they can definitely prove me wrong. On the other hand, we do have Viperio with 3 C4s. And that's also already a scaring fact that we are top floor and the entire floor is wooden. That means no planting unless all C4s are gone or you're planting on a cabin. But Aiden has something to say about it. Throwing the first C4 out, finding Froxy out of the game, making it a 4-5 within the first minute of the round. And as we can see, Macy, he's ready for that C4 and he's ready to take some action here, putting his team hopefully on a better spot. But Blue Jays right now, they're a bit crumbly. It doesn't seem that they really understand how to attack. So defenders first when it's coming from below, but not having the information, not having the intel. Shed and Macy just waiting patiently for shot being pushed.
And you can see there's so much extra real estate gained here for the attacking side. Look down below, though. Toby running nades. I was talking about needing 3 sets of nades to try and blow them up from down below. Instead, it's only 2, but already one of those 4 total grenades have been used to no effect. You can see Viperio are still patiently waiting in just about every feasible corner they could. Waiting inside a cigar lounge, just barely as D7, missing those shots. But still, you don't see Adrian over-aggress or move out of position to telegraph that he's still there. How has D7 just drawn an outline of the Warden just for him to still be alive inside of the shop side and drop down D7 at the exact same time? The Blue Jays have impact EMPs, EE1Ds, and a single nade on Toby for this 3v5 here in round 15. I think Viperio have it, but Toby has brought one back, at least to make it a 3v4.
But last nade going out from the side of Toby, as we can see they're already on white stairs. Critical fighting Aiden, making it a 3-3. Leighton finding Pirate, 3-2. Another kill coming in from the side of Viperio, which means Critical is now in a 1v3 scenario. While Macy taking out Toby with a beautiful C4. Doesn't look too well for Blue Jay. He can definitely catch us up if they take the 1v1s. But if Viperio decides to play this as a team and not take the 1v1s, this could directly go to Viperio. He can find the first on Leighton. Can he find the second? No, he can't, because Shed is there ready to win this round for his and his team, which means 8-7 for Viperio. I'm speechless
I was
again.
right the second time. I was right the second time. It was close, but it really did come down to Blue Jays not having that ability to push Viperio out of position. And that's really what cost them when push came to shove. They could not force Viperio out of those defensive scenarios, and you saw them a little bit more comfortable in rounds prior than we saw in round 15, but it was still about as clean as you like. Double swing from Pixel and Bathroom, you had some redundancy with the Mark 14, playing in towards that cocktail side itself. I love the setup once more from Viperio. Blue Jays, again, it's a situation they either A, didn't have the information, B, didn't have the utility, or C, just could not win the 1v1s. In that final round, I think it was a combination of 2 of the 3, but different 2 in different parts of the round. It was a very weird round to finish.
It was, but we've already seen both of these teams struggle on the attacks, especially Blue Jays, but also Viperio. They're having a really hard time on the attacks, but on the defense, it just looks like a whole different game. It looks like the player's been switched, and the team completely just understood how to play the game. Rough to see that teams that have such a good knowledge of the game, have such good team play and coordination on the defense, do struggle on the attack still as much as somebody who's just playing solo ranked hard time for both teams, a very long game. As Vinny mentioned, this was, I believe, one of the best matches we could have seen today. The top two playing against each other, Blue Jays and Viperio, but now Viperio taking the lead, securing the 2 points, overtime match point win. But I would say we go into a quick little break before heading into the last map of today and the last game of today, which is going to be Secret Powder against Wild Multigaming. Here we are back again from a little break at the minor league Playday 3 from the Vivid League. Next to my side, we still have Time to Light as my beautiful co-caster, and this is going to be the last game of the day, Secret Powder against Wild Multigaming.
Secret Powder, probably my favorite team name coming into the Vivid Minor League, coming into this. That's a great name, to say the very least. But Wild Multigaming, I think a little bit more of a notable team. They have already qualified to Phase 2 of the major, at least major qualifiers. They're looking a little bit better, but let's take a look at how they're doing here in the standings. You can see below me, standings not too surprising, all things considered, just below Viperio and Blue Jays, technically now above Viperio because of round differential. Maybe. No, I'm wrong. I'm just wrong. They are still below Viperio, but if they win this game, they will be above Viperio and tied with Blue Jays once more.
And I would say we'll just go directly into the map ban to see which map we can expect from these teams. And in fact, it's going to be Chalet. For the end of the day, one of the maps we've seen the most in the competitive pool, especially in these leagues in the major or also in the minor. Chalet is a map which is very present, it's been here for quite a while now, and also teams know what they're able to do. But there's still some surprising stress coming along because it's not been too long in the map rotation as, for example, a Clubhouse. We can still and hopefully expect some surprising rounds, especially from Wild Multigaming, but also maybe we're going to see a little bit of a turn on because the players from Secret Powder are also known to deal some damage if they have to. But the question is, can they deal some damage against a team who's already been playing for a while now together, who have their strats, who have been team playing and also refragging each other, and also known free players, or let's say, free players. One of these three, they're going to hit the 20 bomb. One of these three is going to have an outstanding game each time.
I think they've got a pretty good shot at it. Wild Multigaming moving into this, they are the favorites by a decent margin, to say the very least. Secret Powder coming into this, they are the 7th seed coming into at least the standings. They have only won they've only won 2 games, one of them in overtime it ended up being. But Wild can actually take the lead in the minor league because the Blue Jays ended up losing in OT. And Viperio took it. They only got the 2 points rather than what would be 3 later. Into our operator bans here on Chalet. Ying, Flores, again, not too surprising. Dokebi, the most banned operator on the attacking side. Not removed first, but still certainly potential to be taken away.
But as we see, you said your operator picks, which you believe is going to be the bans, and the first one is indeed Ying out of the gameplay. I'd love to see a Flores, maybe an Ulsa ban coming along, but no, at the end of the day is gonna be Fetcher out of the game. And now we're gonna head to the 2 defending sides. I'd love to see an Azami ban. I always say Azami is super strong, especially on Meza. On this map, you can also cover up every single hole if you play below, and also maybe see a Solis ban. But nonetheless, it's gonna be Frost taken out from the side of Secret Powder, leaving now Wild Multigaming with the final ban for this beautiful small ban phase. I'd rather see Frost could be a potential target ban towards the side of Wild Multigaming, because we did had last time we saw this team, believe it was Rainan, just doing an outstanding performance with Frost. That could be potential target ban towards him. And the last operator is going to be Castle. So besides Ying, there's not any Mets operator being banned. And this is what I love about Wild. We have the Azami, Mets operator. We have the Solis, Mets operator. They're not going to waste any second on thinking who they're going to pick. They're just going to pick the operators, which are the Mets operators.
Interestingly enough, in the entirety of the Vibrant League, whether it's the Major League, the Minor League, or even the 3rd Division, this is the only recorded instance of either Frost or Castle being banned, much less both of them at the same time. The list of banned operators in the defense is not very long compared to the attack. As of right now, it contains Solis, Azami, Cade, Fenrir, Valkyrie, Mira, Warden, Wamai, Bandit. Now, it contains Frost and Castle. Again, not something I had on my Vibrant Playday 3 bingo card.
Well, maybe you gotta put it like a unexpected operator ban. A little bingo. Like right, you know, in the corner, bomb right. And eventually you'll cross it out. Could have crossed it out today, but as we can see, and as I already mentioned, I do believe the Frost might be a target ban. And library win is open, and Tazzy is waiting patiently prone under that window. But Deluxe is gonna be taken up by Randon. Aiden as well from Swiss. Sale has something to say against that. Dragging out Randon out of the game, making it a 3-4 stand now within the first 30 seconds of the round. That was quick.
And wasting no time or Secret Powder trying to get in. And they have lost more players, but they've also dropped Raiden. And honestly, that's a decent trade now as they've also dropped Zodiac. They're okay with this, but they're still looking to get in. Physics already sitting top in towards Solarium, but do they know that the close side of Masters occupied? They had no idea that Swiss was just patiently waiting. Finally, the rest of Wild are going to recover themselves back towards the site, but Kaigo's trying to take the fight will actually lose it with the Kiba barrier popping in front of them. The diffuser going down and Tozy wanting to get forward finally will try and use that Kiba barrier to do so, but doesn't have the space to get in. And ironically enough, the reinforcements end up costing him as he wants to get through. He'll be swung from the side of that shield, but he still wins that first fight. Physics turning his attention over towards this Solarium door and in towards Bathroom, but the distraction from Tazzy is perfect, and he gets in over towards that far side of Master. Does he know where Physics has run off to? He has absolutely no idea, but he may still win the fight. It's Physics still to take it, and Secret Powder to win the first round here in the top floor.
Well, as already mentioned, Secret Powder is kind of a new formed team, not playing together for a very long time, but Wild is kind of already playing for a very long time together. But the names in Secret Powder are quite a bit known. We have Anon, we have Sale, we have Deluxe, all three players of these. They're known for fragging, especially Sale and Deluxe. They have been known. They'll do 1v4, they'll do 1v3 if they have to. They'll be quick, they'll just rush it. They don't care who you are. They'll pick the Blitz, the Ying, they'll just go in and show you the dominance. And this is what Bard's gonna have to be careful of, because it just happened in that round before. 30 seconds to the round, first 3 kills happening. Yes, it was more advantage to the side to Wild, but nonetheless, it was Secret Powder at the end taking the lead. And this could potentially even go to a Secret Powder win if they keep up this dominance, this aggressiveness. And if Wild Multigaming have a hard time adapting to that, this could potentially end really quickly. But I cannot predict into the future. I cannot see into the future and say what's going to happen. The team's going to have to show us. And I cannot wait, because that first round was already a very good taste of what these teams are capable of doing.
And notably, I think Wild Multigaming were also caught out by how quickly Secret Powder decided to try and get in there. I don't think it's an absurd way of saying that, oh, they gave up the round. But I do think that if they played a little bit more patient towards those original gunfights over towards Solarium and allowed the rest of the team to rotate over, notably Tozy and Swiss, or Tozy and Kaigos at the time, they would have had a much easier way of retaking as a squad rather than just having to give it up. Because aware of the repel, does he swing out here though? That's the real question. Sale's watching it. Exothermic charge will be used on the wall, and it seems like all is good for the time being on both sides, but notably enough, already the main breach open to try and gain that space.
As we can see, they're already on top floor here, trying to take some control away from Wild Multigaming, but Wild Multigaming is not gonna give them anything. As we can see, Tazzy is here ready to take some space, to take some control away from the enemies. But they already got the breach open, that's super heavy. Tazzy and Swiss making each a kill on Anon and Deluxe. 2 of the players are already gone, leaving still Sale, Storm, and Player 45 in the race. 3v5 situation now for the side of Wild Multigaming, but Player has something to say against it, taking out Zodiac now. They can fight this back, make this a equal 3v3, but I do not believe that Wild Multigaming is gonna let that happen. As we can see, Tazzy is now hiding and patiently waiting now for his enemy, for his spray to be taken out on a cheeky little kill there on Mud.
He's just waiting in Mud, and Secret Powder may not drone this properly. They are running out of drones. Only 3 of them are available for the 3 living players, plus a 4th that was pre-placed on a now deceased. But it is still a potential to just clear this because of regular norms? Do you look in that general direction because you're thinking about it? Do you then turn your attention because it's in your purview? It may not matter. Tuzzy will move, but they are now directly under a lot of buggy holes. Tezzy wins that first fight, now needs to find a way to get out if they can, and they found that way to do so. 2 versus 4 now, as it looks like Secret Powder just have to send it down fireplace stairs, and they know it, only to meet Tezzy once more. But speaking of 1, it's just Physics Storm in a 1 versus 3. Swiss is low HP on a long flank, but on the site itself, it's a smoke left over for Storm, and a Warden waiting for them to just put it down on the site itself. He'll try and swing through, he'll try and take the fights, but he'll be distracted by Swiss in blue. Ghost takes full advantage, and will win the round as Wild Multigaming tie us up.
Quite interesting round. You gotta give it to both of these two teams. Secret Powder taking quite quickly the control, then opening up the breach also quite early in the round, but at the end then lacking the intel, having only 3 drones left in order to drone, but then maybe one of these two of these drones were placed because of flank drones. It was the Ayana. The entry usually sets the flank drone cams down. Potentially they only had 1 or 2 cams left to drone, and that simply wasn't enough at the end. Wild Multigaming played it very slow, very down. For the first round, we could have expected more. We could have expected more aggression from Secret Powder. They could have rushed in, could have played it maybe with a few more rushing operators, as that worked out in the first round pretty well. But you gotta be careful, because if you play too aggressive, you might lose the rounds very quickly. It's just the question now, are they gonna go more for a setup playstyle? Are they gonna be slow again as in the round before? Or might they go back to the playstyle before and just go in and go in? So they're finding player 45 Sail, finding Rain in other game, making it a 4-4 in the first 20 seconds of the game.
More spawn peaks. Seems like Wild Multigaming are trying to find every window or door frame that they can look through the outside just to try and open things up. Maybe Secret Powder were playing too much quick match. They were relying on that attacker invulnerability in the first 10 seconds of the round. Whatever it is. Not actually the case, but funny to think about nonetheless. Anon has already gained bottom floor control and is already walking up as the Sledge, and in the meantime, it's Zodiac to fall in towards Mud. Deluxe trying to clear that position out, does so early and properly, and 45 seconds into the round, already 30% of the lobby has fallen, and Secret Powder, all they've lost is a 0. Not the best player to lose, but certainly not the worst either.
They could have definitely lost a way worse operator like a Doka, AB, Ayana, Ace, and a Sledge. In this case, the scenario, they did lose one of the less important operator. If we look at the lineup, that's a really good trade coming in for 2 of the players, Rainan and Zodiac, which have been known for dealing quite a bit of damage. And other matches before, same as Tazzy, these are the 3 players who usually stand out quite big with the kills and games. Sail finding now K goes out and then finding Swiss, leaving Tazzy in a 1v4 situation. Can he clutch this for his team, make this another round for them, or is this gonna go to Secret Powder? First few shots coming in, but no, it's gonna be Sail on the kill with Tazzy, clutching another round for Secret Powder. This could actually go very equal if these teams keep fighting like this.
And the defensive side for Wild Multigaming just keeps getting enveloped and swallowed by Secret Powder. Repeatedly, you'll see them take early gunfights and turn that into advantages. You'll see them follow up with utility and or information gathering, and then just progressively move themselves forward on the attacking side. Round 2 was a little bit of a statistical outlier, I think. They didn't look great on the top floor clearance, and they lost a little bit too much early in the round to try and set that up properly. But here, they're already forcing Wild Multigaming to redo a site because of the fact that they won a site in round number 2. And they'll go back to the top floor for the 3rd time, and they've already lost it twice. This has not been the greatest of sites for Wild Multigaming, and it also shows a little concerning notion to me. They're not ready for kitchen dining. They're not ready for bar gaming, which are 2 sites that are, at least in North America, played more often than the top floor of Master Office, and they're just not going to them at all, even after losing on 2 separate occasions and barely changing their defensive setup. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the exact same defensive setup, maybe minus, I think I saw, no, that it's the exact same defensive setup, it looks like.
It is the exact same setup, and also first few spawn picks coming in, but no one's actually finding a kill. Not only in North America, but also here in the kitchen dining and bar gaming. Bar gaming is the most popular site. Basement is the least favorite site. Comes down to the teams. A lot of teams do prefer basement as one of their better sites, but bar gaming is one of the best sites and popular sites here in Europe. But looks like World Multigaming, as you already mentioned, is going to go the third time upstairs now. And it's going to be a very tough, but as we can see, Sledge coming in, but Raiden just missing their shots on Ain and giving Secret Powder another man advantage to work with, leaving now means World Multigaming, they need to be careful here defending Meza, because C4s from below are now very possible to deal with. Swiss finding Cell now out of game, making it back to a 4-4 scenario. Nonetheless, as we can see, Secret Powder, they have the control now, they have Living, and they have Library secured for themselves, so they do not need to worry about Mez anymore. They can go for the breach and then go for even more gunfights. Utility usage is there from the side of Secret Powder. Storm finds Tazzy on the office door.
For some reason, you're seeing Wild swinging every single gunfight that is given to them. I don't think I've seen them be reserved in any single scenario, minus round 1 when Kygos tried to play passive for an extra 2 seconds when retaking the site. They've had so many difficulties getting forward. Good timing on a nade from Deluxe will drop down Swiss, and Zodiac will retake Piano, but only based on timing. It's a 1v3 with Zodiac stuck inside a Piano, maybe being able to see through the breach, but just narrowly misses the opportunity to drop down the ace. Does he get shot through that same Ego window, though? No, and the C4 only opens an extra large hole for Storm to drop him down. Secret Powder, 3 of 4 rounds, and undefeated on the top floor bomb site. Questionable, to say the very least, for Wild Multigaming.
It's very hard to see from the side of Wild Multigaming that they're taking every single gunfight that there is. Yes, Secret Powder, again, the names Anancel and Deluxe, they're known for being good at the gunfights. They're known for being very pushing, very rushing, very into their face German highway style. Especially Sale, which was in EC Frankfurt, and their playstyle was just, we don't care, we just go in and that's it. And that's basically how they won the rounds, being hyperly aggressive. That was their plays there. And Sale can definitely play this out here as well, same as Deluxe. But also, and these 3 players were not being very good into the game. And Wild Multigaming, they're not being restrictive, as you saw. They're peeking every single angle there is. They're peeking into every single swing that there is. Yes, also winning some of them, making it back close to a 3-3 or 2-2 scenario. But a lot of these swings also going into the favor of Secret Powder, and that could pretty much decide which round is gonna go to which team. If a team has the upper hand and Wild Multigaming just gonna keep swinging, then obviously the favor is gonna go to Secret Powder. But if Wild Multigaming starts to play more discipline, not peek into everything, it could turn the play around as we are on Chalet, and it does tend to be more defender-sided. But right now, Secret Powder with 3 points, it is a scaring fact, as we can see Blitz is in the play and shit's about to go down.
They're just sending it in. Player unfortunately caught by a goo mine. Still walking in though, doesn't care, and will flash out Tazzy just to take him down early. Already the top floor extension on a notably top floor extended bomb site is gone. So is Zodiac in towards the bottom of Mezzanine. And basically in the process of 45 seconds, Wild Multigaming have been torn apart on this defensive side, only to have no easy way back in. Kygos is stuck on the site as a Maestro with an Alda. Luckily you have a big magazine. The problem is you're going to have to use almost all of those 81 bullets afforded to you just to try and win a few of these fights. Can he find a timing as he walks up Solarium though? That's the real question. Player 45 noting Raiden, and Deluxe maybe trying to nade them from below, may have the opportunity to do so, but Kygos does indeed find that timing he was looking for, and he'll fall back to the site safely.
Making it a 4-2 scenario now for the side for Secret Powder, but another kill coming into Kygos with Deluxe, and Adam finding the final kill in the round onto Raiden. Means 4-1 scenario now for the side for Secret Powder, which we thought is gonna actually be the case for Wild Multigaming, is now a scaring fact that Secret Powder is very strong in the attack.
Yeah, and notably enough, you just seeing Secret Powder just walk in and take fights off the back of information. I mean, we were looking at the standings, and I feel like the standings on paper are a little bit of a misnomer. Because yes, Wild Multigaming are 3-0. Yes, they've won all 3 of their games in regulation and an average score of 7-2. But at the same time, Secret Powder are also undefeated, technically. They've won both of their games, one of them in overtime, sure, but they've only played 2 of their 3 games that would have been played in comparison to whether it was Viperio, Blue Jays, or Wild Multigaming. Either a game was rescheduled or pushed back or whatever it was. But you're still looking at that and saying, yeah, sure, it's a little bit of an outlier, but you're also looking at how Wild have been playing, and it just doesn't look like a 3-0 team. That or it looks like a 3-0 team that only played against Coppers, that was just allowed to swing every single fight.
Definitely a hard time for now for Wild Multigaming. They need to make the safe fall to. They need to get these trades and refrags happening in order if they want to win this. They also need to understand that Secret Powder, the team and the players, they are known to be pushy. They are known to be quick into side, fast with their playstyle, and they're not gonna wait for anyone to prove them wrong. As we can see, we have the Gridlock, Amaru, Sense, Dokaebi and Sledge. They're ready to go in, as we can see, lining up for some pushes here. First 3 coming in, Cactus can find player 45 out of the game, leaving us in a 4v5, but they have now Dining Control. They're going down for a plant onside with still first 3 nades coming in. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can with a nade, but Rainer can find Sellout, Swiss can find Annan, leaving the Lux and the Storm in a 4v2 situation. The Lux can find 1, but he can get killed from the hatch, but Plant is down, 40 seconds left on the clock. All up to Storm if this round goes to them or to Secret Powder. It's going to be Tazzy at the end finding the kill. Another round for Wild Multigaming. 4-2 swap.
I like the way to get in there onto the site for this Secret Powder side, but the problem is they just didn't have the sustainability afterwards. Losing the first fight wasn't the end of the world. Player 45 dropping down, it could have been worse. But the problem was, for Secret Powder, they got in and then they just kept taking fights. They kept moving forward when they didn't have that room to work with. They had nobody covering their flank. They had no extra room inside of the site before they started getting to the diffuser down. And more importantly, as they got the diffuser down, they were still dying elsewhere. They didn't have full west main control. They didn't have extra control as they were trying to move about. It was a lot of concerns for Secret Powder. And yeah, valiant effort to get in. And good job getting the diffuser down, period. But you can get the diffuser down and still lose the round, and it's a round loss. It doesn't really matter in the end of the day how you lost the round. And that was where my concern was for them. I liked Wild Multigaming quickly turning their attention, and it was pretty good couple kills on the defensive side. But Secret Powder kind of gave them the opportunity to just take that from every angle.
Especially when the plan was set and the plan was going down. Secret Powder, they had to take a step back, play in the position they already were in, for example, on the kitchen stairs, west main stairs. Just stay there, play there, no need to push further. Just play your position. As we can see, Spompy coming in. Tazzy finding Sail out of the game. That is one defender out of the defending side, and it was one of the crucial one because it was Azami. The ahead tech that's now out of the game, and she can't really provide any more coverage, can't cover up any more holds. And we are on the top floor, which Secret Powder always won, and now it's time for Wild Multigaming to prove that they can only bring this back onto their attacks. Also known that they can provide really good attacks. They can bring those setups back, win these rounds with beautiful trades. It just has to come down if the team has understood how to play against it. Zodiac being injured from onside.
It's Storm from below the site itself actually finding it down. Player 45 follows up on the raid. I don't know if they're aware that they've dropped him down. They were just a few seconds too late, and the Buck has found a corner to stay safe in for the time being. Deluxe wants to try and drop him down and almost swings successfully, but misses the opportunity and then re-swings for an unknown reason just to fall himself. And at this point, it's so many more difficulties found for Secret Powder. They would have had a 4v4 if they just disengaged, but instead, they give away 2 separate gunfights just to try and finish one off. And now it's just player 45. First death from the previous round, now the last one alive here. He needs a near ace clutch if he wants to pick this one up.
Zodiac with low HP and player 45 with full HP. First 3 nades coming in, he gotta be careful here. because World Multigaming, they're already taking control of everything. Fast shots coming in, but Tazi is going to be the one taking the kill here after being in the gadget of Fenrir. Being aggressive can definitely help you on the attack, as we saw. You can push in, you can surprise, you can have the surprise moment on the enemies and then win that round for yourself. Being 4-2 ab as an attacker is very, very profitable for yourself and your team. But on the defense, you don't really want to push into these fights. You don't really want to swing into these fights, especially when you're already one man down, when you've lost somebody at the spawn peaks. Losing Sail as a Zami and then keep on peeking into these gunfights from Wild Multigaming was not the smartest idea. And it comes to the question, if Secret Powder, can they play this slow? Can they play this more reserved, more disciplined in order to win this round? Or are they just going to keep swinging and hopefully and pray, win the gunfights, then win the round? Because if they keep doing this, Wild Multigaming is going to have an easy shot on them because the attackers do tend to have the better guns. And it's very easy to be predictable on a map like Chalet. Everybody played it, especially in ranked. You know where people are going to swing. And also in competitive, people are going to swing from the same angles. If crossfires are not built, it's going to be Terrell. And we can see a triple Jägermine.
You're putting all three ADSs alongside a Kiba barrier in what, at least we call it NA suicide. I'm not sure what people call it unless it's like the library corner.
Base of suicide.
Yeah, we just call it suicide because you're basically noting the fact that it's most likely you're going to fall. If anybody clears this out of position, if they throw in an extra bit of utility, they're in a great spot. What you're supposed to do here, relay extra utility, and then try and throw in the nade. Down below, player 45 has been killed. Here go the flashes, but the Jaegers should be dropping away anytime soon, and they will. The nade's not even really required to force them out of position, but they are still utilized. I don't know how in the world player 45 got downed, how he's backed away all the way in towards the closet, but in the end he'll still survive and Sail, the last one really to try and activate on this top floor. This is a lot given over already in the first minute, as Wild Multigaming are also taking an opening kill. And a second.
First two opening kills in hand, but the Lux finds the trade.
Questionable, I have to say, as Kaigo's just walked in, but I mean, in the end, it doesn't really look like it's going to matter. Magically, it's a 1 versus 3 in 75 seconds. Anon has the Yokais available, but they are off-site, and the first fight he takes is with Tazi. I'm sorry, I blinked and the round ended. Could you tell me how that one ended?
I'm surprised myself. Player 45 was injured by, I believe, a nade, if I saw correctly.
Okay. Coming
in from the drone hole, being then injured. He then crawled back to side. Yes, got picked up, and then basically Kagos got 2 kills. How? Because Secret Powder, as already mentioned, they keep on peeking into Wild Multigaming. Not playing respectfully, not playing reserved, not playing disciplined. Here, just peeking on swinging every time, and that just gives Wild Multigaming these opening picks. And Wild Multigaming, they know how to win their runs, and it's already proven multiple times. So it's also Secret Powder. But as a defender, as already said, you want to be disciplined. You don't want to peek the same angle twice, and this is what's happening. They kept on peeking and peeking after. Eventually, Wild Multigaming picked up on it, got the first 2 opening picks. Then it just was like, okay, we're gonna flush everything we have, and everybody just jumped in. Jumping into jungle window, getting the kill, walking down blue stairs, and then Anon being the last one alive from Secret Powder in a 1v3 scenario. Definitely a hard time. Tazi already being onside, jumped in, ready to go for the plant, but he was holding the angle instead because he got the information from a camp from his teammate that somebody is in bar and is about to swing or is about to peek that angle. That was the blink. What just happened, and everything went down in 10 seconds.
Swiss has also just been killed by, I think, a C4 that was just relayed through the drone hole. No, he was just shot in the foot, apparently. I don't know how in the world you take that much damage as that, and now the nade thrown in. It actually doesn't get the electrical at the top left of your screen. You can see it tucked in the top left corner of the garage, just patiently waiting. I don't know if there's any utility that can drop that down. Impact EMPs, maybe if they find the position. Anon's walking around upstairs, and Secret Powder, I have a scary feeling this is going to be the same as like the last 2 rounds where they just swing everything, even after finding some definitive advantage to start off the round.
Exactly. I'm actually afraid that that's gonna be the case here, but they need to start playing more together, going for the refrags and not swinging everything. As I already said multiple times, they need to have the discipline on their side. As we can see, first C4 going out. Has he not taken any damage from that, but Swiss is very low HP as he got injured in the early round before. But 1 minute 25 roughly left on the clock. Player 45 taking a bit of damage from the wallbang, and now showing to World Multigaming that somebody is there. First view vertical gameplay coming in, has been known that somebody is secretly in VIP and waiting for the enemies. Deluxe has finally retreated fully back to side so he can play. But Aiden is secretly waiting. He can get Tazzy out of the game. Can he get the second one? No, he can't, because he's there for the refrag, and that's what Secret Powder needs. They need the refrags, and that's what's not happening. Aiden left and stayed for his own upstairs, and that's what he got. He got 1 kill, but got instantly refragged, so not putting his team in a man advantage.
That's honestly a perfectly fine round here for Secret Powder, at least the first 2 minutes. The fact that the round is still going is a positive compared to what we've seen before, but Zodiac finding a kill through the floor onto Deluxe means there is a way in now for Wild Multigaming. They have so many options to get through. Hatch should be open inside of Dining, and more importantly, they'll have the way in elsewhere because of the fact they've already gained Fireplace Stairs control. Raiden wants to reswing this, but with the SMG-12 will lose the gunfight. Player 45, we talked about it earlier, they were such low HP through the wall bang that they just died down blue stairs, and Zodiac follows it up with a second in the same doorway. There's a first fight. Here's a quick second. He just swings over towards the connector side, and magically, Wild Multigaming go from 4-2 down to a 5-4 lead in the blink of an eye.
This could be a very quick round. The last few rounds always ended before the 30-second mark, before the 40-second mark. So this can be a quick match point for Wild Multigaming. This could be a turner. Secret Powder, they had the upper hand 4-2. Now they're in a 4-5 scenario. Wild Multigaming brought it back to equal and then got the lead on them, which obviously is not ideal for themselves, but as already said, they keep on peeking everything. They swing at everything. They don't have the discipline for it. Yes, it's kind of their play style. Few of these players are known for that, but that's not what you want, especially in a defense. You want to be reserved, you want to be disciplined, you want to wait for the enemy, and that's not what's happening. And it can show on the scoreboard why that's crucial for the enemies. Nonetheless, we have on the side for Wild Multigaming, as already mentioned, there are always 3 players who always stick out with the scores, and it's usually Raiden, Zodiac, or Tazzy. And here we have it, it's Tazzy currently with 10 kills and 6 deaths, being the top leader in kills from Wild Multigaming right now, but also in the entire map, as Physics is with 9 kills on Secret Powder, their top fragger. And always happy to see that one of these 3 players is top fragging, or are top fragging, because that's what's been showing in the recent matches. One of these will always perform, and they have a huge impact on the round, especially with the last and few final opening kills.
45 running the M870. Primary shotgun for Jaeger. I mean, since the new rework of shotguns / the new patch where they just are kind of nuts now, I've seen players run the Bailiff unironically as a weapon they try to fight with, and it kind of works, which I hate, to say the very least. I also see Wild Multigaming running something similar to what we've seen in rounds prior. Instead of running really double soft breach here, they are running triple, maybe even quadruple, depending on how you look at it. You have Flores, you have secondary soft breach on Ace, you have Ash and Sledge. All in all, they want to try and clear out this top floor, but they've taken a little bit longer this time around. Secret Powder are not aggressing as far over towards mezzanine. They're not giving as much of an opportunity here for Wild Gaming to take. However, they are still extending a decent bit, and they have not paid any attention to the bottom floor whatsoever. So West Main has been given over, a lot of control has been given up for free, and Sale has to back away from the mirror that has now been broken from below because Raiden is just waiting for somebody to swing it.
Well, not only is Jaeger on a shotgun, but also our lovely Azami Ayman is also on a shotgun. We have 2 shotguns upstairs with the recent shotgun buff. That is definitely viable, but you gotta be careful not to overcome yourself and understand shotgun. you still need to hit your shots, not gonna kill the enemy if he's far away. Nonetheless, 55 seconds left on the clock. As we can see, time is ticking. Deluxe finding Swiss now out of the game, making it a 4-5 situation. And Deluxe about to swing another one. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Raiden now out of the game as well. Zodiac taking a little bit of a damage here, making it a 5-3 scenario for Secret Powder. And it's all falling into the plan, into their hands now, as another one's falling, and it's Zodiac, leaving Tazzy and Kagos in a 2v5 scenario. Tazzy finds the first. Can he find another one? Yes, he can, making it a 3-2 scenario now. Kagos only has to find one more to make it a 2-2 man count even. Can he find the kill here on the door? No, he just missed it in barely. First few shots coming in. The question is which one of these players will fall. Tazzy's gonna fall first, and then Kagos falls after that to Deluxe. And then a round for Secret Powder, which means 5-5, and we're neutral on the scoreboard again.
Dead even, and while multi-gaming, they overlook the top floor and just try to push the site. They then realize that the overlook was much more than they thought. They still had the Jaeger above, playing with the shotgun, just watching down towards the bomb chassis in the back of the dining table, and more importantly, they tried to then retake the top floor and then overextended in doing so. You don't have to take master, you don't have to take the back of piano, you just really have to take the front side of office, and then you can start that push down below. I would have liked to see them try and take that push down below with the diffuser and then try and play vertically, similar to how Secret Powder did, but it's not really the case, and that's really what comes back to bite them. And at this point, you can also see that Secret Powder are setting up something similar to what we saw in the previous round in terms of operators, in terms of lineup, because they're basically just defending the top floor instead of extending down to the bottom like we saw in the previous, and they're also switching out the Mira because of that. I like this decision. They were fairly successful in defending the top floor, so might as well just bring a similar setup and sub out the Mira for somebody else who can maybe defend over towards mezzanine, or even have somebody else extend down to the bottom floor at the same time.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
But that also means now that 5-5, one of these two teams is gonna have to go to match point this round. And I'm gonna ask also the viewers, but I'm also gonna ask you, which team do you believe is gonna go here first onto match point? I do believe it's gonna be Wild Multigaming. They had a really strong league. Maybe that was just an oopsie of a round, and they had to give it to Secret Powder. Do believe they're gonna bring this back, make this a 6-5 for themselves, but I could be wrong. Let me hear your thoughts on that.
I think a Secret Powder plays similar to how they did in the previous round, where they just disengage and play around power positions. They're in a good spot. Extending all the way towards Library Stairs, like Sales just did, probably not the greatest of decisions, and because of it, you already lose that opening gunfight. You give away your Azami in the earlier stages of the round. You lose a lot of keeper barriers. This is similar to what we saw just a couple rounds ago, when again, Secret Powder tried to defend the top floor, and they lost their Azami early. They've lost a follow-up fight with the Lux. Granted, Master is not the easiest of sites to defend from directly around it, but you still should not be facing a lot of these windows or door frames that just are not your own control. And Anon, it just unnecessarily runs out in the meantime, gives away player 45. I think this round's over already. Never mind, wild win.
Nonetheless, it is a 2-5 scenario now for Wild Multigaming. Definitely getting these early picks into the round gave them a lot of benefit. Now, first next few drones coming in to find out the positions of these players, to deny any more positions, for example, on piano. As we can see, Storm is here on the soft wall, but being taken out by Kagos now at the end. Swiss finding Einen, making it a 5-6 scenario now for Wild Multigaming, meaning they're on match point. They could definitely close this up right in the Twitch channel to the viewers who are watching. Hashtag overtime or hashtag game. And which one do you believe is going to happen? Honestly, we're seeing quite a lot from these two teams, but I do believe it's going to be a 7-5 for Wild Multigaming. I have a bit of a doubt towards Secret Powder. They had good rounds, especially on their attacks, because they're hyper aggressive, but on the defense, it's just not working out for them to play that aggressive. They need to play more reserved and more disciplined in order to win that, and that's not what's happening next. That's not what happened in the past few rounds, besides one round.
Overt aggression has come back to bite them more often than not. You're also seeing, because of that, they're giving away a lot of these rounds. You saw it in the previous round, they just tried to swing and swing and swing. I mean, if at first you don't succeed, swing again. I think that's how the motto of perseverance works, but you can also see that the difficult position for them is Wild are forcing them out to the over. More often than not, it's not really Secret Powder getting overly aggressive, it's them forced into aggressive-looking scenarios. where they have to take gunfights, where they have to get out of gunfights and just walk into different ones. It's not entirely their fault, but I think preset prep work on the site could improve that for them. And it's really just not something we've seen. I wouldn't hate Wild Multigaming just sending it straight onto site almost in the first 30 seconds. As long as they take out Physics Storm and Library, they have maybe the greatest position to do so.
Well, but they have brought in a Amaro on Rain, and he could potentially deal some kind of damage there. As we can see, another nade coming in on the keyboard barrier, but this time it's not going to injure anyone. Well, Multigaming, they have the upper hand now. They have the match point on their side, so they can be a bit relaxed. They know they have at least 1 point secured for themselves if Secret Powder manage to make this a overtime. But yet again, as mentioned, they're just going to peek into everything. Renan dying, already being injured by Anna, and Anna finding a double kill on Zodiac, making it a 5-3 scenario now for the side for Secret Powder. This could eventually go to overtime. Maybe I just cast the curse a little bit towards Wild Multigaming.
What?
First shots coming in, but Swiss having a hard time there to react.
Oh no. That was not Swiss's fault. The door frames are longer than they look in this game. And he unfortunately flashes himself. Physics still here. I believe Adam was down below. We were following on the free camp earlier. And Deluxe seemingly flashed for the time being, but Swiss has to take a different fight just to get in through the Ego window. And Sale is still safe because of the fact they still have full library control. Swiss does find one onto Deluxe though. It makes it a 3v4. This is now a more than attainable round for Wild Multigaming, but the difficult position is they're forced into overswings once more. Tazzy can't afford to just run in. Kigos can, and wins that first fight. In the meantime, the disengage from both players of Sale and Anon, they have like 5 total HP between them. Luckily, player 45 still on full health, but he dies in the corner, giving himself up to the main bar window. Secret Powder are 5 HP away from losing the game, and they've just given away a 4v2.
Leaving them in a 2v2 scenario, but
Oh my
no,
gosh.
the 5 HP and a dream at the end. It is a one-shot headshot game, and that's exactly what happened. Both of these two players found their kill before they were killed, which means we're gonna see overtime match point yet again on the last map of today, and I cannot believe that that just happened. That 5 HP is a dream sometimes.
They had the drop, and they just had the gunfight. I don't know what Kigos was shooting at there with the Type 89, but, I mean, I suppose go for it. Secret Powder do get the commendation of starting on the defensive side, so, you know, maybe it's a benefit for them now that they've learned something. They're going back to kitchen dining. This was probably their best site by a country mile, or an Autobahn mile, but that's fairly short, all things considered. I have to say, though, if this is a round where they try something similar or the exact same of what we saw back couple rounds ago, I would be honest, I don't think they're going to have the same success, because Wild Multigaming are a team that very rarely make the same mistake twice. If they're falling for that same trap again, I'm a little concerned for them in the major quals of Stage 2 rather than here in the Vibrant Minor League, but still a concerning notion nonetheless.
But at the end of the day, the players have to prove that they're worthy of winning. Each map is a learning process. You gotta understand it is a best of one, so you gotta adapt to your enemies. They can be hyper aggressive, they can be hyper passive. At the end, you gotta know how to deal with them. Wild Multigaming definitely knew how to deal with them, bringing it back to a 6-6. And then Secret Powder taking another win for them. Sale taking a lot of damage here again from the side from Secret Powder. Can he find the kill? First few shots coming in into Swiss. But Swiss definitely has the upper hand here as he has more health. And Sale only needs a little bit of a damage in order to die. First few nades coming in, but unfortunately not checking the default spot for my gadget. This Swiss finding Sale now out of the game, making it a 4-5 scenario. And player 45 is just ready here on the door to swing. They already have top floor control with Meza and Library established. So it's looking really good right now for Wild Multigaming, having the upper hand and the control they need. They just need to be careful because Secret Powder, they're gonna swing no matter what. If they're in a man disadvantage, if they're a man advantage, they'll swing you and you're gonna have to win that gunfight or you're gonna lose. That could be a potential win for Secret Powder.
You know, see, Wild Multigaming are playing this a lot slower than what we've seen before, but the problem is they're giving up a lot of space to do so. Swiss trying to throw in the drone at the last possible second. I do not believe the keep barrier was taken care of, but player 45 now is just narrowly by a headshot from Tazzy down near the piano door. Quick refrag is still there, though. Problem is they still have to give up piano control for it. Timed C4 from Physics Storm just the same, and it's a 2v4 here for Secret Powder to try and take on. They have taken away a lot of utility from Wild Multigaming, but they haven't taken away the players, and that's the most important part. It's a first-person shooter at the end of the day, and when you have more shooters alive, you're in a much better scenario. Deluxe is just a knower as to where his opponent is here on the top floor, but even while he swings, it's only for one. He's got a 40-second diffuser just to try and take on. He almost gets the drop on Kigos, but honestly, I don't know if he can find the angles, and even if he does, it's still the problem of getting the time for the defuse to go your way, and he's going to have to drop the hatch at one point. He's definitely being watched. Still gets the kill into Raiden, though, and gives himself more than an opportunity just for Zodiac with the L8 to drop him down. It is Wild to go right back onto match point.
But now there is the side swap, which means we're going to see now Wild Multigaming on the defense and Secret Powder now on the attack. And as we've seen Wild Multigaming, they did struggle quite a bit on the defense, with Secret Powder taking a 4-2 lead when they were on the attack. So this could again go back and forth to Secret Powder, but I believe Wild Multigaming have learned from their mistakes, and as you already mentioned, they're a team who don't make the mistake twice. So seeing them going upstairs again is quite questioning, because they did lose the side 3 times nearly in a row, I believe.
Yeah, this was the site where they went here the first round. They then went to the bottom floor and won it, and then they went here rounds 2 and 3 and lost it on both occasions. Questionable decision to go back here. Why not just go back down to the bottom floor because it worked for you? Questionable decision for me, to say the very least, but maybe they have some improvements. They have some adjustments. They are bringing, for some reason, an alibi. Okay. I don't know what that's going to solve.
Well, Alibi is quite a good operator, especially for teams who are more aggressive, because if the only thing they do is swing, they might eventually just shoot one of the Alibi gadgets and then get detected, and then there is an easier frag on them while they're being detected. So could give quite a bit away for Secret Powder if they do tend to shoot one of the Alibi gadgets, Alibi traps, but you could have definitely picked a more viable, useful operator. On the other hand, you can always argue around, and a hyper-aggressive team will definitely shoot the Alibi gadget, because they're just going to go for kills. They're just going to go for the kills, frags, because that's what they can do, and that's what's working against Wild Multigaming. Being hyper-aggressive, pushing in, having the surprise moment on their side.
Ooh.
And as we can see, first few nades coming in, Deluxe making the way into Mud now, Storm being on the fireplace door. So far, it's a very slow round, considering we've seen Secret Powder just push and rush into sites. This is one of their slower attempts, slower attacks from the past few rounds. But also Wild Multigaming, they're playing reserved, they're playing very disciplined, not peeking into everything, trying to make Secret Powder waste a lot of utility, waste a lot of time, so they at the end they just panic. As we can see right now, only 3 drones left. Swiss finding player, then getting killed by a Claymore from Swiss, making it a 4-4 scenario for both teams. But as mentioned, only 2 drones left. 1 in pocket, 1 placed. Tazzy finding Storm out of the game, making it a 3-4, with Sale being injured, now being taken away from Tazzy again. 2-4 scenario, and this is looking super promising for Wild Multigaming to win this.
Importantly enough, Wild Multigaming have just disengaged, something that we really haven't seen from them on the defensive side. They've played patiently, and I, again, feel like something has just turned for them. They realize that they need that level of an advantage, and it's working. Now, in this 2 versus 4, sure, Deluxe and Anon are both very good fraggers in their own right, a combined 13-9 and 10-9 for each of them, but now a flank's being set up, and I believe it's been heard. A drop through the library hatch, and Deluxe and Anon both looking this general direction, but the problem is this is more than enough time wasting for Wild Multigaming. Secret Powder do not have the time available to try and clear out this flank, and because of that, they're giving away much more than just a frag, and to give extra additions, it's Anon taking 40 or 50 damage in that same exact fight.
Sure, they found the kill, they found the flank, but it's taken them an extra 25 to 30 seconds to do so, and they still haven't even started the attack on the site itself. Luckily, there's still the previously created holes on top of the site from the Selmas that were set up earlier. The Lux instead wants to try and go through this canine door and has to now push straight through the regular breach, and the problem is Toxic Babe's already set up there. He just does not have the time. He'll win the first fight, but it's all for the KD. Zodiac will shut him down. Wild Multigaming, they make it close, but they will still walk away with 2 points and the map victory here on Chalet.
At the end, they got there with a lot of struggles on the defense, not understanding or having a hard time to not peek into the enemies, to not give them these kills, to play more reserved. At the end, they got there with a 8-6 win. For everyone who guessed it's going to be in overtime, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Everyone who believed in Wild Multigaming, you're also correct there. Nevertheless, it was a really tough game for them, tougher than I think they expected themselves, seeing that a rush strat pushing team, hyper-aggressive team might be a small weakness for themselves, something they could definitely improve on. It was honestly just an amazing match to see that even though Wild Multigaming is a strong team, they can still be taken down.
Yeah, and they were taken down at least to overtime. I was talking about them trying to win in regulation. They were unsuccessful in doing so. Because of that, they are just narrowly behind in terms of round differential. You'll be able to see that on our standings as I snap my fingers. Oh my gosh, I'm so cool. Viperio still keeping that lead just narrowly over top of Wild Multigaming. And that means that Blue Jays are still within the hunt as well. Because of the amount of points they still have, they got an extra point for their loss in OT, as now did Secret Powder. And I figured out the reason that Secret Powder had one less game played. It's because their scheduled matchup for week 2 was actually the now forfeited team of Oka Corp. So because they didn't have that extra match that has already been determined through play days 3 through 9, they didn't have the extra win compared to Viperio, Wild Multigaming, Blue Jays, basically everybody else other than whoever was supposed to play them in week 1. But on paper, that's why Secret Powder was a little bit behind. Now they're still behind, but with a loss in overtime. Concerning for them, but it was also a situation where I think we kind of undervalued them because just purely on their standings. And they showed up, just not in the last couple rounds.
But especially on their attack, they showed up and showed us what they're capable of doing. Nevertheless, that was it for us today. That was the last match of today's. We had today amazing games. GTZ-Sports against 5 Stars, then Austrian Force against Project LFO, Blue Jays versus Viperio, and then at the end, Secret Powder against Wild Multigaming. At first, we had our 2 lovely observers. Thank you to you guys, Timashi and Ogon, for being the observers, and to our producer, Haffy, today. And I gotta also thank my beautiful co-caster, Whiskey Glitter. And then now, time to light on my side. Both of you, thank you for being here. And also, was a great day today. I wish you guys a wonderful night. And I'm gonna leave you guys to a beautiful replay to watch.